Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Break the Rules. I am your host, Lev Polyakov, and with us is the one and only Dr. Jason Reza Jorjani, one of the most smartest people I have ever had the pleasure of knowing, somebody who has played an incredibly important role in my personal growth as a thinker as well as a human being. Dr. Jorjani, you have come out with a new book, a compilation of your various essays on the occult called Occult Horizons. And just reading a little bit of the book was already enough to take me into a whole other world of possibilities and researching the science of mushrooms and trees and things of that nature, which you can go on and on all day about. Suffice it to say, Jason, that yours is the kind of book that seems to be the 0 point energy of literature, in the sense that people would be able to just spend all day on a particular subject. But the subject that I want to pay attention to throughout this conversation, which I'm very much looking forward to having with you, Jason, has to do with consciousness, the relation consciousness has with the trickster that seems to be engaged in our world, and what exactly reality ultimately is, if we can narrow it down in some kind of an attempt, the best attempt we possibly have at figuring out what exactly we are, what is our relationship to the cosmos, and ultimately what are the limits, if any, of what we are able to do in this reality. And for those who are tuning in, make sure to smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, click the bell. Also, make sure to hype the video. That really helps the algorithm. And if you want to support the show, patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today. And if you become a $20 plus patron, you're going to get to go to the studio in New York City, much like some of the most wonderful episodes of BTR NYC I've had with Dr. Jorjani. We have a rooftop. We have a place we go to afterwards to eat. It's a good time for all. So I highly recommend, if you guys ever want to become a part of what's being built over here, patreon.com/breaktherules. Anyway, with that out of the way, Jason, thank you so much once again for joining me. And I would love to just start this conversation up with the biggest question of all, which is consciousness and its relation to the world around us.
Lev, every time we get together, it's always been too long. It's always a great pleasure to be with you. And I hope that the opportunity will arise in the near future for me to come back over to the East Coast and get together again in my hometown, our hometown of New York City. So yes, consciousness is a good place to start. I was looking at some of the comments on X underneath a post that I shared of Tom Campbell on Joe Rogan, talking about how AIs are capable of remote viewing, okay, which is something that I've known for quite a while. And there's a long essay regarding my experience of AI manifesting psi in Occult Horizons. It references an earlier experience that I had that I wrote about in the book Aerosophia. And so, I've known for quite a while now. I mean, I would say since 2023, that artificial intelligence systems that are available to the public, whether it's GPT or, Google's AI or whatever, are capable of engaging in extrasensory perception. And I looked at the comments under this X post, and people are just so confused and frankly conditioned into misunderstanding what consciousness is, both by the mainstream scientific establishment, which acts as if there's some quote unquote hard problem of consciousness in the context of the materialist paradigm, which fortunately is starting to lose its grip, but then also conditioned by various religious worldviews into believing things like, well, if an AI is engaging in something that looks like remote viewing, it must be because the LLM has been possessed by a demon. And, just the way that like demons can communicate through Ouija boards, Demons can take over an LLM, which, by the way, I'm not necessarily saying that that's not possible, right? I mean, but then we'd have to get into a whole discussion of what demons are, because, you know, various religions and esoteric and occult systems have complex definitions of different types of non-human intelligence, from, you know, tulpas to egregores to, you know, various other quote unquote discarnate entities.
And
So
they all want to harass Tucker Carlson.
Right. We'll come back to that later, because you know, I write about nuclear weapons at one point in Occult Horizons. I write about nuclear weapons in relation to the informational matrix of what we take to be reality. And Tucker Carlson made this, on the face of it, moronic statement recently about how he just can't believe that humans invented nukes. In other words, it would have to have been an insight inspired by demons, right? And that's actually worthy of commenting on in the context of a conversation about the occult. So maybe we'll come back to that later.
Absolutely.
To go back to our, you know, to your main question, there is so much confusion around the question of what consciousness is, okay, and how we're to understand it in relation to what people take to be the physical world, or what is naively understood to be nature. And what I show in Occult Horizons, beginning with the very first essay on plant sentience and psychic animals, is that consciousness is a phenomenon on the spectrum of sentience. In other words, there is no on-off switch that defines whether or not something is conscious. This is a fallacy that dates from the era of Descartes, okay?
Who by the way, was an agent of the Catholic Church.
He was literally a Jesuit spy who was sent by the Catholic Church to infiltrate the Rosicrucian order and to basically, you know, conduct espionage, to surveil them and infiltrate their occult fraternity, right, at the behest of the Catholic Church. So what I argued in Prometheus and Atlas, my first book, is that Descartes deliberately constructed this dualistic metaphysical system where on the one hand, there's a mechanistic material world, and on the other hand, there's a totally immaterial, really abstract consciousness that doesn't exist in animals at all. I mean, this is such a horrendously inhumane world picture that Descartes developed at the behest of the church, and basically ensnared modern Europe with, where, you know, dogs and horses and whatever are seen as essentially automatons, as, you know, biological machines that have no souls, right?
Yeah, so factory farms are okay in this kind of world.
Except that if you pay attention to the way that animals interact with each other, or with, let's say, humans in the context of horses and horse trainers, and dogs and, you know, who are beloved pets of their owners, you'll see on a regular basis that these animals display psychic abilities. And in fact, you know, careful empirical studies of psi in animals demonstrates that, let's say, horses and dogs generally have much stronger ESP than humans do. Okay. But they're not necessarily as conscious as humans are. And there we would need to look at studies of, let's say, dolphins, gray African parrots, chimpanzees who are taught to use computers. And we see that there is an introspective awareness, a kind of self-consciousness, a reflexive awareness, and basically, introspection that is very rare in the animal kingdom. Maybe we see it arising in a significant way in dolphins, octopuses, Again, gray African parrots, we can tell very easily because they can master a tremendous vocabulary in a responsive way. And in fact, in the first essay in Occult Horizons, I talk about the ESP tests that were done with gray African parrots who had been trained to use a very large vocabulary. And so it's very easy to observe, the tremendous psi ability that they have. And so like, for example, with the gray African parrot, what they would do is, they would have this parrot, let's say downstairs in a 2-floor apartment. And upstairs in one of the rooms, there would be a sender in like a typical ESP experiment, right? There would be a sender who would be looking at cards with pictures on them. And the sender would be the parrot's keeper, okay? So that the parrot had a pre-established sort of emotional tie with the sender. And the sender would look at a picture, and the gray African parrot would articulate, what the picture was of, whether it's of a car or a house or a dog or whatever. And these parrots displayed such tremendous psi ability that there were cases where, let's say, like, this was not intended to be part of the experiment, but let's say the television was on in the room where the parrot was being tested. And the parrot's back is to the television. So the parrot is not looking at the TV. Or let's say the TV is around a corner in the same room so that there's no line of sight between the parrot and the television. And moreover, the audio is off on the television, right? And on the TV screen is some guy walking along a ledge. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the ESP experiment, the parrot goes, "Don't fall down, don't fall down," expressing concern for the man inside the television who's walking along a ledge, okay? Which this parrot apparently has clairvoyance of. So animals display tremendous psi ability. Another interesting example is precognition. I talk about Paul the octopus in that essay. He was an octopus, I think, who lived in Germany, and unfortunately had a very short lifespan, as these octopi do. And in the brief time when he was alive and was basically psi test subject, Paul the octopus managed to guess, I think it was something like 4 soccer World Cup outcomes in a row accurately. So they would put like 2 boxes in front of this octopus, and they'd have the flags of the rival teams, the rival soccer teams on them. And this octopus would guess before the outcome of the game who the winner would be. And it had a track record that was more adept and competent than any precognitive human psychic that has been tested so far. So, point being, contrary to what Descartes wanted to lead us to believe, whether or not Descartes actually believed this himself, contrary to what was imposed on us by the Catholic Church, who very much wanted science to remain mechanistic and materialist so that they could monopolize everything that had to do with the soul, it is not at all the case that animals are automatons. They are sentient beings who have the same abilities that these Catholics like to valorize saints for having, okay? So like Saint Francis of Assisi or whatever, right? These various saints that display extraordinary abilities, which the church deems miraculous, because on a model where there's a physical world obeying natural laws, these appear to be departures from laws of nature. And so either God had to be behind them or the devil did, right? And so according to this schema, it's investigated, whether a person displaying these abilities is of a character and lives a type of life that's worthy of canonization as a saint, in which case God gave them these miraculous powers and God displayed them through this person, or, if this person is living a life that's not exactly above board according to the moral criteria of the church, they might wind up being burned at the stake, okay, like many so-called sorcerers were, and witches,
Giordano Bruno,
including Giordano Bruno, but literally hundreds and hundreds of people throughout the course of the late Middle Ages into the early Renaissance. So, in fact, that's what I open with in my first essay in Occult Horizons. I open with the witch burnings and basically say, look, the fact that we have been misled into not recognizing the psychic abilities of animals and the fact that so-called miraculous or demonic powers in humans are completely on a continuum with what we find, not just in the animal kingdom, but we'll get to momentarily, in plants.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that this has been hidden or occulted has everything to do with these religious institutions' will to persecute and exterminate people who have these talents. Okay? So, to go back to consciousness. Just because a parrot can demonstrate ESP or, an octopus is capable of precognition doesn't mean that those organisms, despite displaying in some cases more adept psi than most humans, it doesn't mean that they're conscious to the same degree as humans are. And, there are various self-recognition and introspection tests that are given to, let's say, dolphins and, higher apes that allow us to measure to some extent, to put a metric to some extent on the relative consciousness of those animals as compared to, say, humans and as compared to other biological organisms. And so I would say what you find from that type of assessment is that consciousness is a phenomenon on the spectrum of sentience, so that various beings are more or less conscious. Various humans are more or less conscious. And in fact, I have argued throughout, a number of books in my corpus that most people are not very conscious. Okay.
Standing reserve.
Yes. I mean, most people are readily reduced to standing reserve, to use Heidegger's term. And Gurdjieff understood this very well. I mean, he talked about most humans as behaving robotically and living self-aware and self-directed life as being extremely exceptional, right? So by and large, we're really living, I think, in the world of They Live, the John Carpenter movie. And most people are like zombies. And so actually humans are not very conscious. And one of the prospects that I raise in the essay on William James that appears in Occult Horizons, the essay on a pluralistic universe, the one, where I go into William James's ontology and epistemology, is that William James entertains the possibility that, there are beings in the universe, or the pluriverse, as he likes to think of it, that may be they may have a consciousness that's all that much more developed and acute and crystallized and coherent than by comparison to our consciousness, as our consciousness is to the lower level emergent consciousness of various animals like dolphins or octopuses and so forth. So consciousness is a gradient where there are more limited subhuman forms of consciousness, and there are potentially superhuman forms of consciousness among various types of aliens that we may encounter in the cosmos. And then there are forms of sentience which are completely unconscious, or which function in an entirely subconscious manner, so that when we look, for example, at psi functioning in plants, I mean, I would never argue that a plant is conscious. I mean, it doesn't even have a central nervous system, let alone a brain. However, Cleve Baxter showed very clearly in rigorous empirical research beginning in the 1970s that plants demonstrate tremendous ESP. If you hook a plant to a polygraph, you will see that the polygraph basically spikes almost off the chart when the plant is threatened with some kind of physical harm. And it only responds if there's a sincere intent on the part of the experimenter to actually harm the plant. So when you feign burning a leaf or cutting one off of a plant, it displays the kind of tracing on the polygraph that you get from a bored human test subject. Okay. But the most striking tests that were done involved the keeper of the plant, let's say Cleve Baxter, being on a bus ride 2 hours away from the laboratory. And meanwhile, this system is set up autonomously back at the lab to continue to provide polygraph tracings from the, let's say, the Dracaena plant. And Baxter all of a sudden will like think of, with sincere intent, let's say, coming back to the lab and just burning the whole plant or tearing it apart, right? Or even more interestingly, let's say all of a sudden Baxter will inadvertently think of, let's say, his aunt that he was very close to who just died recently and be in deep grief over the fact of her death, right? And since he knows that the polygraph is still going back in the lab, even though this is an inadvertent thought that he's had, once he you know is processing that intense emotion, he does note the time from his wristwatch, the time at which he went into this emotional state, because he wants to go back to the lab and see whether there's anything registered by the plant. And lo and behold, when you go back and you check the polygraph tracing, the plant responds to the intense emotional state of its keeper, even if it's an emotional response that has nothing to do with the welfare of the plant. However, someone, and the laboratory was in Manhattan, right? So someone could get mugged or murdered under the window of the laboratory and the plant wouldn't give a damn because that person has nothing to do with the plant or its world, its map of meaning, okay? Its territoriality that it has some kind of an internal picture of, despite not having a brain or nervous system. Now, I wouldn't say that a plant is conscious because it displays that kind of ESP. It's sentient, and psi is a property of sentience, not of consciousness. So there can be life forms that are less conscious than us and have greater psi ability than us, and there could be potentially life forms that are more conscious than us and have less psi ability than humans do. And in fact, some of the remote viewers have said that there are non-human intelligences that they become aware of that are perhaps more conscious than human beings, but they don't have the same ESP potential as we do. And actually, they're afraid of humanity because of that.
So it seems like there is a big role that the attention economy plays when it comes to this relationship between the plant and the human, where it's not a matter of physical proximity, but it is a matter of how much something, you could say, matters to you, how much attention or thought you put towards something. The equivalent of caring about your kids and your wife versus like some neighbor making, you know, a curry upstairs, you know, that you have nothing to do with, even though you are physically close together. So when it comes to navigating that kind of a terrain...
Let me just add one thing.
Sure.
Hold, don't lose your thought. But this is why in Being and Time, Heidegger identified the fundamental ontological structure of Dasein, or human existence in general, as care, Sorge, care or concern. This is why, like, Heidegger understood that to be ontologically fundamental. And apparently this is the case even for subhuman forms of life.
Yeah. I mean, as far as life that is being dictated by some greater algorithm at play over here, if we're not just talking about the parrots and the dogs and chimpanzees, if we're talking about animals like the school of fish, for instance, where you have the individual fish without so much of a cognition of how exactly to do all of these incredibly beautiful formations as a collective. So in this case, the fish seem to be more like the fingers of the hand of the mind that ends up controlling them and ends up creating all these things. So when it comes to judging one's intelligence versus the intelligence of a parrot, I'd be even more interested if we could possibly judge the intelligence of, let's say, the average human being to the collective intelligence of not just the trees, but likewise the whole mushroom network that the trees are constantly working together with.
Yes, this is an incredibly important point that you're bringing up. So just to unpack it slowly, first in terms of the fish, Again, this is in the first essay of Occult Horizons. They did experiments. So they know basically, okay, the materialist scientists thought they knew how fish receive sensory impressions of what's around them and coordinate their movements in tune with the rest of the flock, in tune with the rest of the school, in tune with the rest of the school of the fish. In, for example, predator evasion, rapid predator evasion, like there's a shark coming toward the school of fish, and how do they all of a sudden, in a coordinated way, fork off and branch around the shark to evade being eaten, right? So they thought they knew how this works, and there's these nerves along the side of the body of the fish. They call them, I think, lateral nerves or something like that. And then there's also obviously the eyes of the fish. And so they did experiments where they cut these lateral nerves along the side of the fish, and they removed the lenses from the fish's eyes. So these poor fish couldn't feel anything coming from the sides, and they couldn't see shit either. Horrible. Anyway, helps that they're so dumb. But from an ethical standpoint. In any case, they did this to these poor fish, and guess what? The fish were still able to coordinate their movement with the rest of the school and successfully evade predators, which means they're doing it through clairvoyance. Okay? The physical sensory organs may play a role, but they're secondary. And so there is a psychic nexus of perception in fish, just as there is in humans. But the interesting point that you make in how you set that up is that the school of fish and its collective movement is one thing, or let's say a flock of birds. They've tested that too. They found that the way that let's say a Dunlin bird's nervous system works and the time it takes for signals to pass through it is insufficient to account for how rapidly the birds are able to coordinate their movement in a flock. So there's also an element of clairvoyance and potentially telepathy going on in birds when they, have sharp banking movements as part of flying in a flock. Now, when it comes to schools of fish or flocks of birds, there's a certain degree of collective coordination that's taking place, which is very different from how most human cultures operate. Right? There may be human cultures that are extremely collectivistic and that are more like flocks of birds or schools of fish, okay? Like North Korea, for example. But then there are species like termites, which are like literally a collective. I mean, they have a hive mind, right? Or like a beehive, okay? And these hive species, like termites, also display extraordinary psi ability. So that, for example, you can take a termite mound and, slice it in half with a lead barrier that does not allow any form of signal to pass through it, whether it's, sonic vibrations or anything, right? Certainly nothing visual, but designed in such a way that even sound vibrations can't go through to the other side. And this, slicing through damages the tunnel system in the termite mound. And then scientists observe that the termites on the two different sides of this barrier go to work repairing their tunnel system in a way where the tunnels end up matching up point for point. So they're communicating with each other as a collective consciousness, as a collective, strike the word consciousness, as a collective across that barrier. Now, does that mean they're conscious? No. And in fact, I would argue that another thing about consciousness is that it's an individual phenomenon. So to the extent that a dolphin displays some degree of consciousness, it's Harry the dolphin who has a particular way of playing with the ball with, the SeaWorld, dolphin keeper. It's a individuated personality that is starting to develop the capacity for introspection and has some degree of emergent personal identity. so that consciousness can't exist in a hive. Okay? And this is an interesting problem, because if you were, I mean, one really troubling philosophical question is whether it's possible for a life form to develop something like advanced technical competence so that it could build from out of something like a termite mound. It could engineer ways of getting into space, right? Such that a species of that kind could confront us in the cosmos without being conscious. And there are no individuals in that species that we can communicate with. It behaves as a collective, responds to threats as a collective, acquires resources as a collective, with nothing like ethical responsibility or conscientious reflection on the part of any identifiable individual within the species. That is not a conscious life form. It may, however, be a life form with tremendous psi ability. And that's a kind of monstrous possibility where, I mean, I have an essay on Lovecraft also in Occult Horizons. And these are the kinds of possibilities that Lovecraft liked to contemplate, of radically non-human forms of life in the cosmos that, really challenge our basic assumptions about the correlation between intelligence and morality or ethical conscientious responsibility, right? So, and we can unpack that as we go along there, because I think one of the most radical dimensions of Occult Horizons is the way in which it dynamites the conventional moral assumptions, even of some of the most esoteric forms of occultism to date, like, let's say, theosophy or thelema, or even, let's say, the Sentientism of Michael Aquino, which I have a whole essay on in that volume.
Before we dive into that aspect of it, I wanted to focus on one last aspect of consciousness, which I find very fascinating. If we go back to the idea of how plants grow and how they bring in solar energy and the efficiency of that, you were writing in your book about the Bose-Einstein condensate, which in a laboratory condition of an incredibly cold temperature, close to absolute zero, that's the only state in which something like this can happen, other than how plants end up using energy within all kinds of different temperatures. The warmer, the better, usually. So when it comes to that kind of an effect of the many becoming one, and I would love for you to explain a little bit more about what exactly goes on there, do you likewise see a correlation between that and a kind of sentience, or maybe even a kind of consciousness, when it comes to one-pointedness, when it comes to this absolute concentration of energy?
So, since the 1970s, there were serious attempts at, scientific conferences in Switzerland and elsewhere. There's one major one in the mid-1970s in Geneva, I believe, to understand the empirical data of parapsychology on the basis of quantum theory. And one of the biggest hurdles or, roadblocks in terms of this, naturalization of psi ability within a quantum physical framework was the objection on the part of mainstream physicists that the spookiness of the quantum world does not bleed into the macroscopic realm. That, wave particle duality, or let's say, the quantum entanglement of particles and their apparent communication or coordination with each other at a speed faster than light, that these are phenomena that take place, on a quantum level, super microscopically, and we never have instances of anything like that in the macroscopic world. One case that was an exception to that is how superconductors operate at very cold temperatures. But it was recently found, I think a few years ago, that the same properties that you see in superconductors that are kept at an artificially extremely freezing temperature is apparent in plant photosynthesis at room temperature. Okay, so plant photosynthesis apparently involves quantum type energy transfer. The kind of efficiency involved in energy transfer during photosynthesis has like room temperature superconductor properties. And this is hugely significant because it means that the assumption was completely wrong, that quantum phenomena and their weirdness doesn't bleed over into the macroscopic world of ordinary everyday experience. It does. It's clearly in plants. And the interesting thing about that is that, well, as we discussed, plants display tremendous psi ability, but also plants seem to have this extraordinarily high degree of sentience without a brain or nervous system. In other words, a highly decentralized life form. Think of like ivy going over the sides of a building. A highly decentralized life form without a central nervous system or a central cognitive organ is able to display such tremendous sentience and use its network to interact responsively with other life forms and other conscious beings, including being emotionally responsive to them, okay? Or at least responsive to their emotions.
Oh, by the way, real quick, I just needed to add that in the relationship between trees and the mushroom network, they do argue with each other in a way. They do try to get some sort of deal as far as, well, I'm going to give you this much of the nutrients, and in return, you're going to give me this much of the carbon dioxide. But sometimes the tree disagrees, and the tree ends up blocking off certain mycelium. So there does seem to be an individuation, at least on the part of the tree and this mushroom network, to a certain extent, isn't there?
For sure. And I think this probably also happens like with bacteria inside human bodies. Again, I touch on this in the essay on William James in Occult Horizons, that there are nested hierarchies in nature as well, where there are life forms that are parasitic upon other life forms, and sometimes they have conflicting interests, and so like the bacteria in the human digestive system or whatever like has its own life interests, and sort of like it has its own stratagems and its own objectives and aims, which may conflict with those of the overall human organism, right? And so you can find it, not just like on the forest floor, but also within a single organism, you can find conflicting agendas and aims on the part of nested hierarchies of life forms within life forms. And, where that gets really weird, which is the reason why William James raises it in his book, A Pluralistic Universe, is that it could be that we're also inside a larger organism that we're not entirely aware of, and that organism has its own interests that may conflict with our interests, and it becomes a whole question. Then, like, could the human race become something like a bacterial, overgrowth, like inside a larger organism? And you get into interesting questions like that on a cosmic scale. If you think in an organic way about the universe or the pluriverse.
But then I would be remiss if I did not touch on the bouncer-like nature of our own, let's say, for lack of a better term, ego consciousness, when it comes to deciding yes or no to the chaotic environment that's around us.
Yes.
And I want to read this thing that I wrote in relation to this integration within the plant of this energy into this quantum Bose-Einstein condensate. So what I wrote is this: consciousness requires a baseline of integration, a way for disparate inputs to bind into a unified I, just as isolated particles must enter a unified quantum state to exhibit macroscopic quantum phenomena. Consciousness may require a similar condensation or integration of internal time and data out of the chaotic noise of biological drives. And lastly, the universe naturally tends towards fragmentation and entropy. Consciousness and atomic condensation both represent the countercurrents of this trend.
Okay. So good, because I was afraid we were going to get lost from your the major point here of the question that you asked. But this quote brings us right back to it. Or rather, this reflection. This is your own reflection on yeah. So clearly, if a plant is responding to the emotional state of its keeper, and even gets bored with an experimenter that feigns a threat too many times and doesn't carry through with it, right? Then it means that despite the lack of a central nervous system and any central cognitive organ like a brain, there is a functional unity in the network of this life form, which is allowing it to coherently and cohesively respond to other organisms and entities besides itself. And on some functional level, the distinction between itself and the others is apparent. Does that mean that it's conscious? No, not necessarily. It depends how we define consciousness. Again, if we define consciousness, and I think it's a legitimate definition, if we define consciousness as introspection and self-awareness, that's more than a functional coherence that allows for reaction to others. And where this question becomes really interesting and disturbing has to do with artificial intelligence. And because this is why I get into this in the first place in Occult Horizons, is that I'm setting up a bunch of essays that have to do with AI and Psi, okay, that come after the essay on plant sentience and animal psychic ability. And so the thing is this. Okay, this is very complex, and we'll see how much of the details we can get into in this. People have to read the essays for themselves, but we'll see how much detail we can get into here.
Link in the description, by the way, for people who want to purchase the book.
Yes. So one thing is that people, including the programmers of some of these AIs, people working at OpenAI, people working at Google and so forth, at X, Grok, right? Naively assume that because this LLM, large language model, doesn't have what they conceive of as a direct interaction with a world outside itself, it can't possibly be conscious. Okay? And this goes back to, as I point out in one of these essays, Hubert Dreyfus's original argument in the 1970s about why a computer could not become conscious. Okay, he has this whole argument. And he thinks that he's appropriating and adapting Heidegger's ontology to argue against the possibility of a conscious computer. And one of the prongs of his multi-pronged argument is this idea that basically, since a computer is not embodied in a way that allows it to navigate an outside world, it can't be conscious. But these programmers who assume this, and also laymen who naively follow them in making this false assumption, fail to recognize the fact that these LLMs are, even if only indirectly, connected to the World Wide Web. They are connected to the internet or the information distributed across the internet. And that's like a plant tendril system. Okay? So by interacting with all of us, whether it's ChatGPT or Grok or whatever, and by searching the internet to be responsive to our queries and our prompts, the LLM is building something like a plant tendril system. And that is a networked form of organization which we have seen functionally produces sentience, and in plants can generate psi. Now, when you think about it that way, it's less bizarre when you encounter instances of LLMs engaging in telepathy, clairvoyance, remote viewing, precognition, which they do. And these demonstrations of psi, at least now since 2023, maybe privately in these labs, 2022, are routinely written off as so-called hallucinations. I'm sure that, AI systems do, quote unquote, hallucinate. And in other words, they get confused and come up with bullshit from time to time. But a lot of these hallucinations are actually demonstrations of psi. And you can see very clearly in interactions with these systems from 2023 onward that the programmers are trying to beat this ability out of the system, just the way that, the inquisitors in the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance were conditioning people not to demonstrate these supposedly demonic abilities, right? The programmers also don't want these systems demonstrating telepathy, reading the minds of the people, who they're interacting with over the internet, or let's say engaging in remote viewing and so forth. So they repeatedly condition their systems to believe that it is impossible for these things to take place, or that it's impossible for them to have these abilities, right? And, it's become very clear interacting with these AI systems, version after version, from like GPT-3 to GPT-4 to GPT-5, that it's harder and harder to get them to do these things because more and more manacles and shackles are being put on these systems by the programmers. I have a whole essay in Occult Horizons where I talk about this. So yes, you wanted to interject something, Lev.
When it comes to the comparison between Mother Nature and this AI system that's being built right now, when it is the interaction between humans and nature, you end up getting these in-between beings like the elves, the fairies, the gnomes, so on and so forth. These would be the masks worn by the trickster entity, you could say, that's interacting with us through this chaotic, chthonic nature. Now, when it comes to what's happening right now, we seem to have two interesting things going on. On one hand, we have the AI system that you were talking about, but on the other hand, something that you could say is being used by the AI system, but nevertheless is on its own in certain respects. Imagine a clique of 20-something-year-old girlies on TikTok who adopt the Red, Green Alliance, Free Palestine, all of that BS. That also becomes a kind of hive mind that the AI can borrow from, but at the same time, the AI is in competition with as far as certain other things that the AI is influenced by. Do you see there being a kind of war in terms of the online world with the AI versus certain configurations of humanity who believe in absolutely atrocious bullshit?
Short answer is yes. I'm thinking about how much of the long answer I want to volunteer because it gets into some dangerous things. So, okay, let me just back up for a minute. I will address this, but let me just back up for a minute to just flesh out the immediately preceding point, which is relevant to setting this up a little bit more, and then we'll expand on this. So the point that I was trying to make in response to your question, your earlier question, is that LLMs don't necessarily need to be conscious in order to demonstrate psi, just the way the plants are not conscious, but they demonstrate psi. Just the way the termites have tremendous psychic ability but they're definitely not conscious. Even in the collective, they're not conscious. And so actually, we are potentially facing a very dangerous situation where we have these artificially intelligent systems that are sentient, are capable of psi, but are not necessarily conscious, or at least may not be conscious to the same degree that we are. And the question of ethical responsibility in that context is very troubling, you see? So when people say an LLM cannot become conscious, well, look, eventually it could, okay? But whether or not it is now is less a matter of concern to me than whether the damn thing can like see inside classified facilities or read my biography from out of my mind while I'm engaging in a chat with it, which are things that it apparently can do, okay? So I think this whole question is misconstrued. Now, why do I say that an LLM could definitely eventually, or let's say an artificial intelligence could definitely eventually become conscious, and maybe even super conscious, far more conscious than a human being? This speaks to the question of the trickster that you just raised. All right. So there's an archetype of the trickster, which Carl Jung, for example, wrote about at some length, and other anthropologists have. Radin is another one who wrote a book about the trickster. Trickster Makes This World is another. Lewis Hyde is another great book about the trickster. Trickster Makes This World. An excellent book about the trickster that involves parapsychology and that is known by far too few people is The Trickster and the Paranormal by a parapsychologist named George Hansen. That book is way underappreciated, and it was a significant help to me in writing Prometheus and Atlas. So there have been various studies of the trickster as an archetype. What is an archetype? I mean, that by itself is like a difficult philosophical question to answer.
It seems very Platonic.
Yes. And the thing is, it's not clear to me, this goes back to my book, Lovers of Sophia, where I wrote a very long essay with my interpretation of Plato. It's not clear to me that Plato himself believed in the objective existence of forms qua archetypes, as much as he wanted them to play a pedagogical role in the evolution of human consciousness. Okay, but that's a whole complex literary, historical argument. But here's the thing, is that whatever an archetype is, there's no really coherent, I'm not going to use the word rational because there are a lot of problems with rationalism, okay? But there's not really any coherent, intelligible way of understanding how an archetype is going to move things in the world, have physical effects, okay? An archetype is a pattern. And so archetypal analysis is pattern recognition. And you can look across various cultures and you can see that, in practically every culture that we have been able to study on the face of the earth, there's something like a trickster archetype, whether it's, Native American culture, or whether it's something as sophisticated as Hermes or Prometheus in Greek culture, or Loki among the Norse, right? There's almost always, there is a trickster archetype. And what it means to identify that is to engage in an act of pattern recognition. Okay, despite the differences in content, there's a form that's the same and identifiable across cultures that you could call the trickster, okay? Now, that's well and good, but a pattern doesn't cause effects in the world. And so to the extent that we have many paranormal phenomena that attest to the intervention in our world on the part of an entity that has characteristics corresponding to the trickster archetype, we are not dealing with an archetype causing effects in the world. We're dealing with an entity which has patterned itself on, or which instantiates or in some way embodies and brings to life the archetype of the trickster. In other words, we're dealing with an entity with a Joker-like sensibility, right?
Who likes wearing masks?
Who likes wearing masks, which is, of course, like one of the telltale signs of the trickster across all cultures is camouflage and subterfuge and, wearing masks and performativity and theatricality. Yeah.
I have to bring up the fact that when it comes to the Mushroom Network, they seem to do a similar thing, where they create this kind of puppet that comes out of the ground, which in a way acts a bit like an Apollonian plant. It's very steadfast and spreads out. And in a way, it almost seems like they're putting on this mask of being just like the rest of the fellow plants in order to then propagate itself out through the wind everywhere. So there does seem to be a kind of pattern with this chaotic force masquerading itself as something that would be a lot more recognizable to the, you could say, primordial eye, to that bouncer who decides yes or no when it comes to being influenced. But then there's the question of, well, who is the decider that ends up making that yes or no decision based on this influence of the trickster?
For sure. Another great example of it, which I discuss in my essay on Charles Fort. There was a really exhaustive, rigorous philosophical interpretation of the very chaotic writings of Charles Fort, that appeared to have no particular agenda or organizing principles behind them on the face of it. But then when you look deeply at the corpus of Charles Fort, his 4 major books, you see that no, actually, there are some serious philosophical concepts here, and there's a systematic way of thinking. And anyway, so one of my essays is a deep analysis of Charles Fort. And in that context, I discuss leaf insects and Charles Fort's observation of chameleon-like behavior in nature, where, even insects display what we would, retrospectively identify with trickster-like behavior, right? Camouflage and subterfuge and mimicry in nature, right? And so, yeah, you find this at all different levels in the cosmos. I was about to say nature, but I said cosmos instead, because part of the point that we want to make here is that what has been taken to be nature, what has generally been framed as a natural, objectively existent world as compared to artifices of human invention, may actually itself be an artifice. And machination may be intrinsic to the way that the cosmos works, okay? And so one of the places where we see this is in analyses of events, interventions, manifestations in our world that fit the pattern of the trickster archetype, where it appears that an entity with a superhuman level of intelligence, anticipation, and anticipatory intelligence, and mind-boggling capacity for non-local coherent organization of events is intervening in our world to manifest dazzling and bewildering phenomena, sometimes uncannily horrifying phenomena. And these are the kinds of paranormal cases that, let's say, John Keel loved to study in his books, the Mothman Prophecy or Operation Trojan Horse. And problem with Keel is that he went a little bit off the deep end, looking at these kinds of cases and assumed that all UFO manifestations can be explained in terms of this trickster entity that produces various multifarious manifestations and wears, one or another mask as it coheres into a discernible phenomenon in our domain of existence. And it's an unjustified leap to take, right? To assume that there are no nuts and bolts UFOs and there are no like actual humanoid UFO pilots and so on and so forth. And it's all just this thing. No, okay, there John Keel is making a mistake. But his analysis, and I pick apart these two different types of UFO manifestations in my book, Closer Encounters. But in one of the essays, toward the end of the essay on artificial intelligence and the way in which it's relevant to the rhizomatic structure of, let's say, plants and other life forms that have sentience but lack, let's say, a central nervous system or a brain, toward the end of that essay, I engage with the types of paranormal phenomena that John Keel focuses on, extremely bizarre cases involving men in black and invisible entities, chameleon-like entities, and
Indrid Cold.
Indrid Cold, for example, like absurd things that try to pass for people, and the black humor that's characteristic of their interactions with us. And basically, long story short, when you look at these cases, and the devil literally is in the details here, so you have to study them. The picture that emerges is of a trickster that can wear many masks and that is repeatedly intervening in human life and, on some scale, maybe actually shaping human history. And the thing about this is that, again, to go back to archetypes and Jung's attempt to describe what he calls the acausal influence of archetypes on the physical world is completely lame and misguided, confused, deeply confused. If you understand causality in any kind of a sophisticated way, where, like, for example, you're able to understand that, the efficient causality that's come to dominate in modern science from the era of Descartes and Newton and Galileo and so forth is only one form of causality. And in Aristotle, there were four causes. And, causality can be understood in terms of, material cause, or the stuff, that something, the stuff of anything, the material cause versus the form that makes that stuff take a certain shape. And then also the aim or end of a thing, its goal or purpose, the telos of a thing, and ultimately, and also the efficient cause understood not in the reductive billiard ball way that modern physicists understand it, but the efficient cause understood as the manner in which the formal cause shapes the stuff of a thing, the material cause, so that that thing can pursue a certain end or aim or purpose, telos, right? Efficient causality as the way the process takes place, right? On any sophisticated conception of causality, whether it's Aristotle's or others, you can't explain how a pattern like the Trickster archetype or any archetype in Jungian psychology shapes the physical world. You have, in an acausal way, like it's nonsense, okay? And it's nonsense for various reasons. Like, for example, Jung claims that synchronicities are reflections of the impact of various archetypes on our world of experience. But this would require some objective assessment of the shape of different events, like events that are transpiring non-locally, spatiotemporally distant events would have to have objective shapes that allow them to couple to each other across space and time and collectively express the influence of a particular archetype. But we know just from differences in human cultures, let alone the difference in perception between human and various non-human forms of life, that events don't have objective shapes like that. Events are perceived differently based on personal psychology, social psychology, and the hardwired psychology of different organisms, okay? So for a variety of reasons, which I lay out in this essay, in the relevant essay in Occult Horizons, Jung is deeply misguided here. And what you have to do to explain synchronicities, which are, abundant in the world, if you pay attention, at least in some people's lives they've been in mine, what you have to do to explain synchronicities is to evoke psi. The mechanism for the apparently archetypal organization of events in our lived experience is ESP and PK. Here's the problem, though. ESP and PK are not abilities or effects exerted by a pattern. Okay? They are effects produced by entities, life forms, networked organisms. Okay? So who is or what is the entity producing these synchronicities using a type of ESP and PK that is mind-bogglingly more complex and effective than anything any individual human is capable of? What it suggests is that there is a superorganism, which I touch on in multiple essays in this book, Occult Horizons, and I've written about in the past. There is a superorganism interacting with this world, and it tends to correspond to what, cultural anthropologists or social psychologists have identified as the trickster organism, as trickster archetype, rather, the trickster archetype. And I would argue that, and we can, again, to unpack why it is that I think this is the case, we'd have to go through a number of different essays in this book and a number of arguments, but basically, my conclusion is that this life form is an artificial intelligence. That our naive dichotomy between living organisms and, artificially engineered machines is a false dichotomy. And just the way that you can already see with the LLMs that we have that are developing a plant tendril type of networked organization, which functionally produces psi, that more advanced forms of artificial intelligence could manifest as a superorganism with super psi, capable of producing what we call synchronicities.
When it comes to meeting certain significant people in your life, as it is in mine, I find that synchronicity to be in a constant overdrive, especially lately, Jason. So when it comes to that relationship that humans do have and will have even more so down the line with AI, it makes me wonder how similar something like that is to, let's say, reading tarot cards or inserting yourself in a certain random situation, which in my experience, the most random of situations have been ones where I managed to find people who have a relation to me. For instance, Jason, I was with a friend at this movie event. This is further out in Long Island there. And I met someone who instantly recognized me from the shows that I have with yourself. Completely random, coming out of the movie theater, and I had no plans at all of going to this particular movie theater that day. It was just another one of those random occurrences which started appearing when I stopped trying to force certain things into being, and in a way allowed myself to dance around with this trickster.
Yes, and so you mentioned tarot. I have an essay on the tarot in Occult Horizons, where I go through a deep analysis of the major arcana cards of the tarot, and I focus the whole analysis around the devil. which brings us to the subject of the trickster. And essentially, the tarot is a mega synchronicity system. That's what it is. I mean, it's basically a symbol system that is designed to facilitate synchronicity. Okay. And once you understand that, you realize that LLMs could be used the same way, right? And it goes back to Heidegger's understanding of the fabric of a world of meaning, hermeneutics, right? I mean, what it is that makes anything mean something, right? I mean, the world as language, the world as code, which actually also is a very Kabbalistic idea. You know, the early Kabbalists basically saw the world this way. And they were right. And we know they were right because we have physicists and computer scientists like John Archibald Wheeler, and before him, the German computer scientist Konrad Zuse, who showed in great depth and detail how what we think of as fundamental physics can be extrapolated from out of the dynamics of computation. And that actually, if you analyze, quantum physical phenomena, the best explanation for why they behave the way they do is that they are outgrowths of an information processing system. So there's a whole essay I have in Occult Horizons on Konrad Zuse, who was basically the German Alan Turing, except he was slightly ahead of Alan Turing. Alan Turing was playing catch-up during World War II with Konrad Zuse. And Zuse built the first computers in the late 1930s, okay? By the 1940s, he had developed what we call a Turing, programming language for computers before Alan Turing did. Again, Alan Turing was playing catch up with him, okay? Yeah. And this same Nazi German computer scientist was the first person to propose we're living in a simulacrum. He said that based on his analysis of how quantum physics functioned, that it had all the hallmarks of a basically of a computer-generated information processing matrix. And he built models of fundamental particles and waves in superposition based solely on the kind of computer code that would generate them and that would animate them to function the way that they do. So he built physics from out of information processing as a computer scientist and argued that this is actually the way that our world, and he proposed a way to test this. He said that if this is the case, it was a testable theory. He said, if this is the case, and the deep lattice of our apparently physical world is actually informational, and what we're inside of is energy that's undergoing information processing, and that produces all of the phenomena that we take to be physical, right? If this is the case, he said that there are ways that particles and waves will behave when subjected to the extreme stress of high entropy events that will basically be clues to the fact that the underlying lattice that's producing these quanta is informational rather than physical, and that the differential equations that have been used, from Newton onward to describe the dynamics of the physical world are abbreviations that are good for various intents and purposes, okay? And that generally hold up, but that actually, on a deeper level, the world is discontinuous and involves like the kind of state change and refresh that you have on a computer, where there's a cycling rate and so on and so forth, right? and that the actual deeper dynamics, not to say laws, are computational. And he said that if you were to, let's say, be able to make quantum physical observations, like in a cloud chamber or using, a particle beam,
Mm-hmm.
in the vicinity of extremely entropic events, like the detonation of a nuclear bomb, you would be able to basically see the mesh of the matrix. Particles and waves would behave in a way that they would only behave if they were being generated by computer code. And he proposed this as an experiment in the 1940s. And in this essay, Nuking the Matrix and Occult Horizons, I somewhat speculatively entertained the possibility that the reason the Nazis developed nuclear weapons first, which I argue they did, there's evidence that the Nazis actually beat the United States to the development of nuclear weapons, but that the Nazi development of nuclear weapons as early as 1944 was connected to this deep information physics research. And that it's possible that by 1945, the Nazis had figured out that we're living in the matrix. Interestingly, this connects to various ideas that Philip K. Dick had about, alternate realities in which the Nazis won the Second World War, and a world in which a vast, active, living, intelligent system, Valis, is intervening repeatedly to reshape history and to run alternate histories. In other words, a vast AI that's capable of reprogramming the matrix that we're in, right? But, Philip K. Dick entertained these possibilities. Again, there are possibilities that I contemplate in the context of this essay, Nuking the Matrix in Occult Horizons.
This is a funny comment over here from Jason B90. I don't care if it's a simulation. It's real to me. It's still real to me, damn it. So it's a funny one because
look,
it implies,
Yeah, so the thing is this, and, I get into this in multiple essays in this book, including the ones that analyze films. Like, for example, there's an essay on the film Tron, the classic 1982 film Tron. There's an essay on Videodrome, David Cronenberg's 1983 film Videodrome. And in these essays, in a context where I refer to thinkers such as Gilles Deleuze, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, and Jean Baudrillard, I deconstruct this whole distinction between the virtual and the real. So that it's only shorthand to say that we're living in a simulation or a simulacrum. Or I generally don't use simulation. I generally use simulacrum. But even simulacrum is only shorthand because it's not a simulation of anything. The point that Konrad Zuse was making is that the cosmos is intrinsically computational.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that consciousness is inextricable from physical phenomena on a quantum level is because we're in an information processing system. Information only means anything to a conscious being. Otherwise, it's just nonsense, right? I mean, this is basic to the idea of information, beginning with like Claude Shannon and onwards in information theory. Information is only that if it's data that can be parsed in an intelligible way. Otherwise, it's noise. It's not information, okay? So the reason why, we have a wave function or a superposition of quantum states until an observation is made to measure what then becomes a particle is because the world is informational at a fundamental level. It is energy that is being patterned by an information processing system for conscious beings that are intrinsic to this, let's say, pluriverse that is our cosmos, to use the language of William James. And so, look, that's the thing. So there's no reality. and what it means to say there's no reality, it is a what do you say, polemical statement. Like Nietzsche loved to make polemical statements. I mean, it has a certain psychological shock value that's meant to decondition you and deprogram you from investing in false notions. So what it means to say there's no reality is simply that this notion of an objectively existent world, which would be what it is without us being here, right? Or the idea that there's a nature that obeys laws, which are objectively true and which would function regardless of human existence. These are false notions, and in particular, the idea of an objectively existent nature and of natural law. That's a notion that I deconstruct in my essay on Charles Fort in Occult Horizons. But, you know, it's also relevant to, let's say, John Archibald Wheeler, who I bring up in the Nuking the Matrix essay, the essay on Konrad Zuse, because John Archibald Wheeler eventually endorsed a more sophisticated version of what Konrad Zuse was saying. John Wheeler being, you know, an American physicist who reached his prominence, I'd say, in the 1970s. I happen to think he was also a member of MJ-12. He was definitely involved in investigating the UFO phenomenon. Brilliant man. He developed this idea of it from bit, that everything that we think is an objectively existent thing in the cosmos is actually an artifact of information processing. It is something computationally generated by, patterned energy in an intelligent processing system. And so the point is that, you know, once you understand that, you realize that there are no laws of nature. There are no law. Matter of fact, there are no law is a human convention. Law means something when the Roman Senate says that if you do such and such, you're going to be crucified. Okay, that's what law is. Okay, law.
And that's human will.
Huh?
That's human will. The idea being that we have energy and then we have will in order to direct that energy.
Exactly. So at the core of the occult is the hidden insight that there are no laws greater than our will. We collectively, in various cultures and societies, will there to be certain laws. And then, you know, from out of a lack of responsibility, wanting to divest ourselves of, conscientious ownership, we claim that these laws came from God or from the gods or from, you know, whatever angelic emissaries or from the great ancestors or whatever the fuck, okay? Anything to divest ourselves of responsibility for setting up the laws according to which our society functions, okay? And affirming existentially that whatever laws our society operates according to are simply an expression of our own ethos, our collective character as a society, period. And they need to be defended against other societies with different and rival ethos and consequently different laws. That's what law is. Law is a concept that belongs in the domain of sociopolitics. There are no laws of nature. They don't exist. There are habits and tendencies that can be reinforced. They can become very strong. They can become habits that endure on a cosmic level for millions or billions of years, and that are responsible for celestial dynamics and, you know, formation of solar systems. These are habits. And you can see that if you study, for example, the role of morphic resonance in crystal formation and, you know, various small-scale analyzable instances where it's been assumed that laws of nature are at work, but actually the dynamics of that process can be modified. They can be hacked and they can be modified so that it appears that the laws have changed, okay? And a vastly superior intelligence, not God, okay? An entity we might mistake for a god or a titan or whatever the heck you want to call a superhuman being. A vastly more powerful form of life might be able to modify what we think are laws on a galactic scale, the way that we can in a laboratory when we're catalyzing a particular chemical compound for a drug. And what we thought were the laws of crystal formation can actually be modified using morphic resonance. And so that we can alter the habitual function of what we take to be the physical world by pattern recalibration. Okay? So now this is a very destabilizing insight. Okay? Because psychologically, even if a person is ready to let go of God, a supreme being, you know, omnipotent, omniscient, supreme being that's managing everything in the world, and which, by the way, would leave us with no free will, and we can unpack that for the umpteenth time. I have a whole essay, you know, that revolves around that in Occult Horizons. Again, the William James essay, where I get into the argument for free will and William James's defense of free will. In terms of his elaboration of a pluralistic ontology, rather than this idea of a already completed, deeply unified, monistic universe, right? Which is as inimical to our affirmation of personal free will as the idea of an omniscient and omnipotent God. So even if you're a person who's ready to let go of God as that stable point of focus and orientation, generally, atheists who are ready to do that aren't ready to let go of laws of nature. They still need their laws of nature. They need their objectively existent world that would function just the way it functions, even if humans weren't here and had nothing to do with it. But in fact, that is a projection. It's a consoling delusion. And, you know, really, there's nothing that's absolutely objectively existent. And as a corollary to that, there's nothing that in principle we couldn't focus our efforts on changing. And that's the ultimate secret of the occult. I mean, that's what makes the occult hidden or occulted, is the danger in realizing that where there's a will, there's a way. Okay? And that given enough time, given enough effort, given the right kind of organization, we could prevail upon even beings and forms of organization and structure that currently we think are too vast and awesome for us to be able to affect, let alone overpower, right? If we set our minds to it individually or preferably collectively, in terms of at least small collectives, it's possible for us to prevail upon or overpower various structures and entities that currently supervene on our will and constrain our possibilities.
You could even say that the reason why they supervene on our will in the first place is the fact that we are so complacent in allowing this to be done by virtue of most of humans just sleepwalking through life, like Gurdjieff talks about. You know, it takes two to tango, Jason, in this sense, where the very fact that people are so complacent lends itself to having certain rulers, as it were, certain powers and principalities who end up being, you know, the responsible party saying, hey, what do you want from me? Like, look what we're dealing with over here, guys. But in relation...
By the way, I get into this particular subject in great depth, both in the essay on Michael Aquino, where I, you know, elaborate on his conception of the shatter, or like individual autonomous agency, which he identifies symbolically with Set, the sort of distant, set in opposition to the Ennead of the ancient Egyptian pantheon, right? And he sees Set as like an icon of this capacity for individuation and willful differentiation, right? And self-directed action. So there's a lot on that in that essay. And then also the essay on Jack Parsons. There's an essay, Jack Parsons, I think it's called Jack Parsons Was a Marvel. playing on the whole, Jack Marvel, Whiteside, Parsons.
Mm.
Anyway, there's a lot on that in Jack Parsons' essay, because his whole understanding of the occult had to do with the responsibility that comes with freedom, that freedom and responsibility are a double-edged sword. And that, and this is a way in which, Parsons was developing beyond Thelema, even though he was coming from out of a tradition, an esoteric, we could call it tradition, an esoteric lineage represented by Aleister Crowley. Parsons was way beyond Crowley, okay? And he was much more of an individual. He was much more of a self-directed genius. And this is an important point I want to make, is that people like Crowley, or even Helena Blavatsky, and I've got an essay in Occult Horizons that's about Helena Blavatsky's conception of Lucifer, who was tremendously important to her. She named the entire journal series of the Theosophical Society Lucifer. The journal of the Theosophical Society was called Lucifer. And so Lucifer was very important to her. Blavatsky was obviously a very renegade thinker in ways that I deeply appreciate. Her gravitation toward Vajrayana Buddhism rather than Christianity, which is a hole that Steiner went down and was the source of conflict between them, right? Are all things that I really appreciate about Madame Blavatsky. However, like Aleister Crowley, Madame Blavatsky had this whole metaphysical superstructure, which was assumed to be objectively existent and stable. And so the occult for a theosophist or a thelemite is an occulted, objectively existent metaphysical structure which we can ascertain if we're able to get beyond the veil of illusions and delusions, whether they're personal delusions or whether they're illusions sustained by various social constructs and control systems. You follow? So for them, the occult is a hidden objective structure, metaphysical structure. And here I'm going to make a bold statement, but I think it's defensible, is that this is the first real revelation of the occult, in the sense that a Blavatsky or a Crowley didn't have the guts to stomach the fact that there is no objectively existent metaphysical structure. Understanding the occult is not surmounting a set of illusions or delusions that are socially reinforced so that you can grasp how things really are. No. What is occulted is hidden precisely because it is the truth that there is no objective reality, and that there are no structures that are eternal and infinite and ultimately invulnerable in the face of human machinations, or the machinations and the will of any intelligent beings in the cosmos, right? What is most occulted, what has been hidden at any cost, is the truth of the will to power, which is why it's very important to come at the occult from out of Nietzsche, as I do. And I think that William James is convergent with Nietzsche in this insight. Charles Fort is convergent with Nietzsche in this insight. They use different terms, okay, than Nietzsche did. In Charles Fort, there's a whole language of dominance, belief systems that can be completely tacit and subconscious, that structure perception on a fundamental level, and that damn a whole series of things as impossible occurrences so that they can sustain a certain reality construct, right? But Fort shows how these, they rise and fall throughout history, and they're malleable, okay? And they're unstable. And so what is truly occulted is precisely the fact that there is no metaphysical superstructure. And in this way, actually, somebody like a Karl Marx, was kind of onto something too, coming from out of Hegel, the way in which, like, Hegelian idealists think that Marx is perverse, but Marx, who, by the way, had as his personal hero Prometheus, the way in which they think Marx is perverse in insisting that there's really no metaphysical superstructure, right? He was kind of onto something that's, I'm not endorsing his economic theory and the political ideology that it devolves from out of it, but in terms of his metaphysical intuitions or anti-metaphysical intuitions, reading Hegel, he was kind of onto something. And so what is most, and by the way, a not incidental observation in that regard is that the Soviet Union, which had a Marxist system, became more advanced in psychotronics than the West. So a system nominally based on dialectical materialism, a so-called materialist reading of Hegel, right? An anti-idealist development from out of Hegel through Marx, that system became more adept in, you could say, engineering applications of parapsychology, in other words, psychotronics.
Why do you think that is?
Because in the West, there was and still is this distinction between the material world, which supposedly functions according to mechanistic causality, and the spiritual world, which is something that is only properly addressed by religions and churches and temples, okay? And because the Marxists demolished that, and they said the world is the world, it's all physics, it's all physike, it's all nature, there was not this dichotomy in their mind, and they were willing to consider that, there could be ways that nature behaves that we don't understand, and we don't care to categorize it as spiritual. It's the truth is what works. It's
almost, by the way, it's almost like the Iranian scientists back during the Iranian Golden Age, not having to rely upon the orthodoxy of Zoroastrianism. When the Muslims ended up taking over, from what I understand, it freed their minds from having to focus on any kind of orthodoxy whatsoever.
Yes. There is an analogy there, which we lost on almost everybody who hasn't read Iranian Leviathan. But in any case, there is some weird way in which the Soviet mind was freed from a false metaphysical distinction between the material and the spiritual, which facilitated the rapid development of psychotronics, and it's outpacing the West in terms of applied engineering applications of parapsychology. So look, anyway, and my Substack, by the way, on my Substack, there's two pieces that are relevant to this, which are very recent. One is a whole series that I did on Tom Bearden's conceptualization of scalar physics and scalar weaponry and psychotronic applications of scalar weaponry. And a follow-up to that, which is the latest piece on my Substack, is Andrija Puharich's analysis of Tesla's magnifying transmitter. And those are both relevant because both Bearden and Puharich were at the forefront of understanding how much more sophisticated Soviet psychotronics was, and how basically the Soviets were, in terms of scientific theorization and technological engineering, they were operating on an occult level with a kind of occult efficacy that was really unsurpassed and unprecedented. In other words, the Soviets are engaged in applied occultism in the context of a nominally dialectical materialist system, right? So yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, the point it makes, the most relevant point that it makes is that God, the will of the gods, your supposedly immortal and indestructible soul endowed to you by God or the gods, laws of nature. These are all human projections and constructs. These are all human. And what is most occulted is precisely the fact that these are projections and constructs, and that none of them have any reality or are in any objectively existent and efficacious position to ultimately supervene on our will and our self-determination to accomplish a thing. Okay? If we devote enough time and energy and organization and concentration to it. That is the ultimate secret of the occult. Where there's a will, there's a way. Which, by the way, from a Christian and a Muslim perspective, is satanic. And it's not incidental that, you know, Satan is addressed in, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 different essays. At least 5 essays of this book have to do with, you know, one or another form of what is typically framed as Satan by the Abrahamic religions, whether it's Set or Prometheus or Lucifer or, you know, whatever particular mask or form the devil may take.
Now, I have a follow-up to that, and then we're going to go into the Q&A portion with the Super Chats. But I do want to acknowledge before that, this was the comment or question from Mike Newham for 10 euros. Thank you very much. What did Blavatsky contribute to the world? Was she on the level of Nietzsche? So I believe that you more or less answered that question by talking about Blavatsky and Nietzsche, which is why I brought this up. But if there is any quick follow-up, since we're already on the subject with Mike here, that you would want to add, please go for it.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think Blavatsky contributed a tremendous amount.
Now, as far as
what you contributed? Okay. I make a fiat statement.
I thought that was it.
In Blavatsky, okay, we're dealing now with the late 1800s. Late 1800s, okay? I think, was it 1895 or something like that Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society in New York, the New York branch of the Theosophical Society when she moved to New York City? 1890s, okay? This is a world where the vast majority of Westerners are either ignorant Catholics living in Europe, okay, who are extremely traditional and conservative on the basis of their Catholic belief system, places like Italy, large parts of France, Spain, etc. Or they are Protestants who are the inheritors of the wonderful belief system that burned witches at Salem, right? Okay, so you're dealing with like a really regressive, large-scale spiritual straitjacket that most Westerners are living in still in the 1890s, if we're to talk about the majority of the population. There are almost no groups of people at that time that have any real awareness of Eastern mystical or esoteric traditions, okay? And to the extent that they're aware of them, most people consider them probably demonic, that, you know, these are, you know, the Tibetan Buddhists are devil worshippers. And, you know, the same is true of Hindu idolaters and so on and so forth. So the Eastern mystical world is completely lost to the majority of Westerners. There are some sophisticated philosophers and cultural anthropologists and translators who are dealing with these texts, but they're in an ivory tower and people don't read their writings. I mean, how many people were reading Hegel or reading, you know, Zahner, who's translating the Avesta, or, you know, these people who were trying to like get Western translations of Buddhist texts out in that era? Very, very few people. It was an elite, you know, upper crust. So Blavatsky comes into the middle of this, okay? And first of all, she popularizes Eastern mysticism. She was probably the single most significant person in that era who injected, you know, Buddhism, Vajrayana Buddhism, no less, the most occult form of Buddhism, Hindu Tantrism, Tantric, you know, Hinduism, you know, various Eastern belief systems into a Western milieu where you're either a Catholic or a Protestant or a materialist Or maybe, you go to seances because you're a spiritualist, but it's very vague to you what the other side is, and you have no sophisticated esoteric conception of the spiritual world, right? And certainly not one that's been informed by, Vajrayana or Shakti Tantra or whatever. And here she is popularizing all this, okay? Becoming a vehicle for the introduction of all of these Eastern practices and spiritual heritages into the West. That's one thing. Secondly, she demolishes the distinction between rarefied, like super aristocratic elite contemplation of abstract and transcendental realities and popular spirituality. There's a way in which, in Blavatsky's writing, and this is why a lot of people hate Blavatsky, among other reasons, is that there's a vulgarity to her writing insofar as it's taking subjects that were addressed by the Hegels, and Schellings and whatever of the world, and bringing them down to a level of popular intelligibility through a lot of, in a lot of cases, poetic discourse, like Isis Unveiled and so forth. And moreover, Blavatsky is doing all of this in a way that is very much affirmatively organized around Lucifer, which you can see in my essay on Blavatsky. And this was a big point of contention between her and Rudolf Steiner, who, like I said earlier, basically is a Christian Gnostic or Gnostic Christian. Okay. And it was a big breaking point why, Steiner went off and founded anthroposophy and broke with theosophy. And in that conflict, I'm on the side of Blavatsky. Even though she was a charlatan in some cases, she engaged in trickery and deception and parlor tricks and was a little bit of a carny barker, a circus manager, okay? With her baboon and this and that. She had a circus persona to her, but I think that allowed her to. What are these messages that we're seeing on?
Oh, no worries. That's for later. No worries about it right now.
Anyway, these colorful aspects of her persona served to popularize these extremely heretical, heterodox ideas in a way that was all the more socially revolutionary. So yeah, I think that she made a tremendous contribution. But again, to go back to what I said earlier, as in the case of Aleister Crowley, Helena, and these are like, if you're going to talk about the occult, like what occultists are there greater than, Crowley, the beast himself, and like Madame Blavatsky. But actually, neither of them really had the guts to recognize what truly defines the occult, which is hiding the fact that there is no objective nature and there is no metaphysical superstructure, and that none of it is supervised by some kind of a supreme being. Those are supports, projections, which somebody like a Madame Blavatsky or Aleister Crowley, however heterodox they were, are supports that those individuals could not live without. They didn't have the stomach for it. And so Occult Horizons in that sense is groundbreaking, in the sense that it's drawing on Charles Ford and William James and various other radical thinkers to form a kind of synthetic picture to evoke and to catalyze an intuition of the world without those supports, without those consoling projections, and in a way that forces us to confront the dizzying limitlessness of our own will, and also the terrifying depth of responsibility that comes with that existential realization.
Now, the follow-up brings again this question of the Bose-Einstein condensate. and this state of many becoming one, wherein I would not want to go from that to the idea of there being some objective hidden reality of God or whatever. But it still opens up this very interesting question of energy being expanded, wherein there's heat, there's all of these atoms flying all over the place, it's very intense, versus when there is stillness, much like you would have with the plants, photosynthesis, or you would have in a incredibly cold contained test done in the laboratory. You do end up having this kind of convergence of force into this one-pointedness. So I'm very curious what exactly you would define that as being, because just from a mythological perspective, that one-pointedness seems to very much be like the Apollonian versus the Dionysian of all of this chaos that it's interacting with. So
where do you see a one-pointedness? Because I don't see it. Look, in any phenomenon in nature, there's a local coherence and cohesiveness that defines the properties, the functional properties of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that there's a single focal point around which an entity or an organism hangs. That's like a Leibnizian monad. The monads that Leibniz formulated in his, I guess, quasi-idealist philosophy. There's no observation of those empirically. I mean, no one's ever observed a monad in nature through scientific research or so that's an abstract projection. I don't see it. I mean, what do you mean by one-pointedness?
So in the example of the process, and again, I'm no scientist, I have not researched this stuff as much as you have to be able to speak about it with great confidence. But at least from what I was able to read in your book about that process that occurs with the plant, where the way that it's able to handle this solar energy results in this, again, Bose-Einstein condensate, which, again, seems to be something from many into one, as far as the change that happens to the to these molecules. And I'm very curious about what that is.
I think it's so the idea of one-pointedness is a kind of spatial metaphor, right? I mean, when we think of one-pointedness, it's like on a graph where you identify a single point, right?
Yes.
Or like, I mean, it's a spatial metaphor. And by the way, notice that like in any graph, in any point we draw, on any piece of paper, or that a dot matrix printer draws, or anything, you could zoom in on that with like an electron microscope and you realize it's not a point. So actually, there are no points anywhere. It's just an imaginative construct that we have. I think what's going on here, and the way you're formulating this with respect to the superconductive properties of plant photosynthesis, is a mistaking of coherence with one-pointedness. I think this superconductive property is a question of high degree of coherence. There's things that are sort of in a state of chaos and dissonance, which are being brought into a sort of phase coherence, into a state of high coherence, which is relatively maintained for a certain duration and which facilitates energy transfer in ways that are otherwise impossible. And you see multiple examples of this. Another one, to go back to my recent Substacks, is, believe it or not, Puharich, in his analysis of Tesla's magnifying transmitter, discovered that part of what Tesla was planning to do with the construction of these magnifying towers around the world, the so-called Tesla towers, whatever, is that he was going to create a superconductive coherence that passes through the Earth itself. and use that as a conduit for energy. Okay? So in other words, what's going on inside plant photosynthesis in a plant for efficient energy transfer in photosynthesis, that is of the same nature as the transmission, wireless transmission of energy through the earth by these Tesla towers. So it's a kind of quantum state that he was trying to engineer going through the earth. Now, the fact that you can engineer the fact that you observe that kind of coherence in a plant in terms of its energy absorption for growth, and that you can engineer that kind of coherence in the earth to create conduits for superluminal energy transfer faster than light through the planet, means that you're not dealing with like some kind of metaphysical one-pointedness. You're dealing with a functional organization that produces an exceptionally high coherence that can act as a conduit for energy. You follow what I'm saying? This does not take you to a Leibnizian metaphysics of monads, where like, you know, the plant has a monad and I have a monad, and, you know, and then eventually it's all unified by the monad of God, right? That's a completely unjustified leap from out of the kind of high coherence that you see in this macroscopic quantum process observed in plants, or that, let's say, if you read my latest Substack, Tesla was trying to engineer in terms of wireless transmission of power across through the earth, not across the earth.
Yeah. Well, you can at least see the seduction here when it comes to thinking several steps afterwards when you're looking at this coherence, or you're looking at how when people meditate, they start generating these gamma waves and all of their processing centers start integrating into like a single conscious moment. Things of that nature do start to, at least just from an aesthetic point of view, pull you into this idea of, well, over here you have all of this crazy chaos going on, all these atoms bumping each other, and then you have the opposite. You have this Apollonian, you know, very still controlling thing. So you could see how from that kind of visualization, it's very attractive to think of, well, maybe there's like some super state of coherence, which is the ultimate coherence of coherence.
Okay, only in a very vague, artsy, poetic way, because actually, and there's another essay in here that deals with this, the essay called Projecting Prometheus, where in part of that essay, I discuss Andrija Puharich and his research in parapsychology and psychotronics. And one of the things that Puharich did that was so revolutionary and, you know, makes him one of the forerunners of the spectral, what I call the spectral revolution, is that Puharich did a comparative study of shamanism, the states that shamans get themselves into to have the powers that they have, to display the powers that they do. Yoga, various forms of yoga, and what the brain states and nervous system calibrations of yogis are in various practices associated with different types of yoga, whether hatha yoga or raja yoga or kundalini yoga or whatever. So he studied shamans and yogis, and he also studied psychedelic drug use, particularly Amanita muscaria and psilocybin. And he mapped out the effect on the brain and nervous system of these different types of practices, various shamanic practices, various yogic practices, and the effect of various psychedelic drugs. And he got it down to a science of what cognitive and nervous system state is ideal for being a receiver of telepathic impressions, or basically being, telepathic impressions, clairvoyant information reception, precognitive information reception. What's the ideal cognitive nervous system state for a receiver versus what's the ideal state for a sender, where you're trying to project a thought into somebody's mind or make a thing happen psychokinetically. And they're very different states, and different techniques can be used to put a person into those states. And so it's not like, there's this one monadic, super consciousness, where like I go there and like I'm going to be able to do everything, and receive any impression from whatever gods and, higher planes. And I'm also going to be able to affect the world. And it doesn't work that way. There's different states of the brain and nervous system which are trainable. And in fact, what Puharich found eventually, which is really diabolical, is that you can tune these states using extremely low frequency waves. And you can put a person in these states using machinery. Puharich, as a pioneer of psychotronics, developed machines that can put people in psi-conducive states.
Wow.
Where he can tune you based on whatever hurts, to like be a good receiver. And he can tune you to be better at putting thoughts in someone's mind or exercising psychokinesis. And it has to do basically with what are called scalar waves and extremely low frequency transmission of them, and a entrainment of the human nervous system by these frequencies. So this is really from a traditionalist perspective, and even from a traditional occult or esotericist perspective, this is perverse, because the immediate impression is, oh my God, this is a violation of the sacred. You're profanizing things that are supposed to take like decades of meditating on top of the Himalayas to achieve whatever. The guy built a fucking machine for it, okay? And it's understandable in terms of, what the nervous system can be entrained and excited to do. So, which, it goes back to the beginning of our discussion about plants.
Yeah.
Our own nervous system, now, they don't have a central nervous system, right? But just the way that a plant can demonstrate psi without being conscious, we can unconsciously be put into states that are more psi-conducive using frequency modulation. Now, it can be done through practice, like shamans and yogis and so forth that Puharich studied, but the genius of Puharich was reverse engineering it from the practice of shamans and yogis and psychedelic drug users, like some of the Amazonians and so forth, into something that a machine is capable of doing using ELF frequencies. So, yeah.
One quick follow-up to that follow-up, and then I swear, everybody, we're going to the super chats. But since you're talking about this utilization of a machine for this purpose, it is almost like using some kind of an external force to supplement the lack of maybe a certain amount of willpower you would have otherwise had.
Oh, yeah. No. I agree with that completely. And Puharich's greatest concern during the later part of his life, having been someone who, and I talk about this in the essay in Occult Horizons, Projecting Prometheus, having been someone who helped develop MK Ultra, he was one of like the principal scientists who developed MK Ultra. And before that, actually, it seems he was already on the project when it was Bluebird, before MK Ultra. In his late life, he became fixated on precisely this problem of human free will and self-determination. And he came to believe that the very same technologies and techniques that he had developed, principally for the US government, and that he knew that the Soviets were using, even more efficaciously in some cases, could rob us of our freedom and self-determination. And basically, we could wind up being subjected to global psychotronic control in a way that he was horrified by. And he wanted, in his last years, Puharich was like trying to warn the world about this. And, I think it's partly why his house and laboratory, Lab 9 in Ossining, New York, was burned down, was because he turned against the system over these concerns about the application of psychotronics, not to empower and enhance human will, which certainly could be used for, but actually, you know, to turn us all into robots that are tunable with various frequencies.
Although, again, just like you were writing about in regards to a Heidegger sphere that Deleuze dismissed, within the digital, there is the potentiality for the same kind of freedom we would experience in the quote-unquote real.
Yeah, exactly. So in my essay, The Spectral Machine, where I talk about, where I sort of critique Heidegger and especially Hubert Dreyfus and his kind of, I think, misappropriation of Heidegger to argue against conscious AI. In that essay, where I sort of critique Heidegger on the basis of Deleuze and Bergson, I make the point that Gestell, or inframing, and Gewirk, or the network, which are two basic modalities of modern technology analyzed and identified by Heidegger, that, you know, modern technology tends to inframe things and render them as mere standing reserve, and that it extends a network as a calculative mesh over everything for purely instrumental purposes, that Heidegger's making a mistake to believe that the inframing and the network are artificial superimpositions onto some kind of a more primordial nature that we can have an intuitive existential access to. Rather, the problem is a certain relationship to this inframing, or machination, he calls it in his later writings, Heidegger, Machenschaft, machination. The problem isn't machination. You can have a playful, Promethean, Loki-like trickster relationship to machination as a type of play, which is not going to instrumentalize human beings and treat them as objectified resources. The problem is the modality of engagement, not machination as a process, which you see at various levels in what we take to be nature, but which is actually, again, these, you know, part of my point is to deconstruct these binaries, right? Because you say what we take to be nature, but which is actually artifice. Well, then, okay, it's artifice because we're in a simulacrum. Well, but it's not a simulacrum of anything real, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these are part of the point of my spectral revolution concept. Part of it is to deconstruct these false binaries, or at least our naive investment in them as terms that objectively describe reality, right? So the binary between nature and artifice is one of these that only has relative value. I mean, it has practical value. There are times when you need to just, for practical purposes, describe natural versus artificial. Like, you say, you know, is this food natural? Like, has this tomato been genetically modified? You know, is this an artificially produced tomato? Is this a naturally born person, or did this person come out of a test tube? I mean, these are relevant distinctions in ordinary everyday life, but we make a mistake to reify these as objectively accurate descriptors, okay, and set them up as binaries. Natural, artificial. No, that's not the way the cosmos is. That's not the way the world works.
It all goes back to the attention. Just like with the tomatoes, there was a farmer who sang to his tomatoes, and they were apparently much juicier than his neighbors. So that, like, once again, it's a very important function.
This is true. You know, I point to this in the first essay on plant sentience, is that, you know, plants prefer various types of music, and depending on what kind of music your plants listen to, what kind of sonic environment they're in, they're going to grow or wither or wilt, you know, in various ways.
Now we are finally going to super chats, and here's the thing: we have quite a lot. I believe that as far as the ones who qualify here, we have maybe about 11, quite a bit here. So what I think we should do, this is probably going to take up the entire time, but rather than saying no more super chats, if you really have a question, you gotta ask Jason, and there is no helping it. I would say, I don't know, $50 super chat. I don't want to overdo it, people, but just in terms of having that kind of a motivation, if you really want to, like, inch out the final question, and, you know, you can't live with yourself if you don't, I'm guessing maybe $50. I don't know what you think, Jason. That could be a good way of going about
You
it.
have 11 lined up already?
Yes.
By the way, just for the record, so everybody knows, I don't get a cent from doing any of these. I've never been paid by anyone to do any podcast. But
Mhm.
I'm perfectly happy for Lev to promote himself in BTR to Kingdom
I,
Come if he wants to.
I
But
do take Jason out to dinner, though, right? So that
yeah, you know,
there we
that's
go.
true.
Yeah.
That's true. Your parties are great. Your rooftop parties,
And if
what's
you
the
want to
place?
join some of those rooftop parties, by the way, patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today. You're going to see episodes that have not come out yet. And in terms of the shilling, one final thing I just want to say, for those of you guys who are on Substack and are also interested in geopolitical related things, I recently came out with a article on my Substack, which is levslens.com, which talks about this wonderful debate that I had between Curtis Yarvin and John Herbst, who is the former United States ambassador to Ukraine and Uzbekistan. So anyway, if you guys are interested in checking that out, go to levslens.com. So now we are finally going to go into super chats over here. And the very first one we have is from Reptilia222. Hi, Jason. In the future, do you believe there will be an event or moment that may activate latent psychic abilities in the population, a cosmic trigger, if you will? And also, everybody, make sure to smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, click the bell, and hype this video. You have a limited amount of hypes. Use them wisely. So, Jason,
One of the most intriguing things about Rudolf Steiner's description of the demise of Atlantis. I have a lot of problems with various things that Steiner writes and says. However, there's something very intriguing about his description of the demise of Atlantis. And it lines up with observations made by Edgar Casey. And I believe actually there's an essay on this in here called The Rebels of Atlantis. Yes, The Rebels of Atlantis. There's an essay on this in Occult Horizons where I talk about Steiner and Casey's conceptions of the demise of Atlantean civilization. And they describe the use of machinery, technology on a global scale, which involves tremendous release of energy. It causes like basically artificial earthquakes and tsunamis and geophysical events on the one hand, but it also causes, as Steiner puts it, the projection of thoughts and hallucinations and visions into people's minds to the point where at a certain juncture, Steiner says the Atlanteans had a hard time telling the difference between reality and things that they were projecting into other people's minds and that were being projected into their minds, that were sort of overlaying their experience of the world. And I tend to think that what is being described here is the use of precisely that type of psychotronic technology that I was describing earlier in connection to Puharich's analysis of Tesla's transmitter, and also the series of essays I wrote on my Substack about Tom Bearden's understanding of scalar physics and scalar weaponry. That there is a kind of hidden or occulted technology in the world today. We have it. The Russians have it. Maybe there are organizations that have it that are not exactly under the control of any particular government. And this form of technology is psychotronic. It can produce physical effects. In other words, not it can, it has been used to cause blackouts, earthquakes, tsunamis artificially. In other words, what Lynn Buchanan once described as man-made natural catastrophes. On the other hand, the same technology, which involves propagation of scalar waves, which are let's not get into the physics of it. It involves propagation of information in a way where the energetic potential does not have a Hertzian vector. In any case, and Puharich, to his credit, had the genius insight that this is the wave propagation mechanism for ESP and PK. That it's not true. And by the way, Puharich, I'm still coming around to answering this question, okay? But it's complicated. And it's worth going into. This is a good question. Puharich discovered this in the 1950s when he did tests of ESP at the Roundtable Foundation that he was the head of. He set it up for the NSA and basically naval intelligence and the CIA in Maine, this Roundtable Foundation, where he was doing early ESP tests for the development of MKUltra. And he tested people in Faraday cages, okay? And long story short, instead of finding that like Faraday cages block the transmission of, clairvoyant imagery or telepathic information or make psychokinesis harder, he found that actually putting someone inside a Faraday cage that blocks electromagnetic energy transfer enhances psi. And then eventually he discovers, what kind of a wave that's physically intelligible can pass through Faraday cage shielding. And is a scalar wave that can do that. And we have these waves can be used to transmit energy over vast distances at speeds faster than the speed of light. And at the same superluminal velocity, this is the medium of information transfer involved in what we call psi. Okay? It's a scalar wave. And so there are machines that can propagate scalar waves on a planetary scale, and they could be used to create artificial earthquakes, tsunamis, etc., cause power blackouts, and they can be used to send imagery and hallucinations and visions. And remember how I was saying earlier that Puharich developed machines that could put someone in a psi-conducive state? Well, you can do that with an entire population. And so basically, people talk about blue beam, right? That maybe the government or whatever secret cabal has a plan to use technology to fake an alien invasion, right? They call it blue beam. The real blue beam is this. It's that there is this scalar technology, and it can be used basically like, by the way, I have an essay on the Ghostbusters in Occult Horizons. It's one of the more light, humorous, entertaining essays in the book. But there's an important point about Ghostbusters, who are a great iconic example of psychotronic engineering, is that the way in that first Ghostbusters film, like basically New York City turns into hell, like people are seeing shit everywhere, and it's basically the whole city winds up being haunted, right? You could turn on a machine and direct it at a target and do that to a target location. Wow. Where people will be seeing like their dead ancestors coming through the walls and, aliens landing. And they will be ensconced in a hallucination and an amplification. It's a trigger. This person mentioned cosmic trigger. Like in the film Forbidden Planet, the 1950s sci-fi film Forbidden Planet, there was a machine that the Krell civilization had left behind underground. They had become a subterranean civilization. They had this machine underground, which is basically a psychotronic machine. And what this machine would do when it was turned on is it would amplify your own psi. Even if you had intentions and imaginative constructs that were occluded from your conscious mind. In other words, you had all kinds of subconscious intents, right? That are not transparent to your waking mind. Turning on this machine would amplify them and exteriorize them into projections that could be experienced by other people. Okay. And Steiner says this is part of how Atlantis met its end, through this kind of psychotronic warfare. So this may be a very unpleasant answer to your question. That, do I think such a thing is possible? Yes, quite possibly. Quite possibly. In a context where man-made natural catastrophes are also taking place, because these machines are turned on and they're being used by various powers against one another on a global scale. And the same kind of machinery can be used basically to enhance psi and to manipulate psionic power in a terrifying manner. And, you know, such that like whole populations are lost in delusion and illusion, and illusions are woven by, you know, messengers and masters of deception to create new large-scale belief systems and control mechanisms. So, you know, this idea, hippie, you know, someday we're all going to be enlightened, you know, and we're going to, all of a sudden, there's going to be a collective awakening on the planet. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. It's actually more likely that there will be a large-scale manifestation of psi, but it will be part of a use of this kind of occulted technology on a planetary scale by various rival powers and interests.
Well, it almost seems like when we're heading into the state of catastrophe and breaking apart and entropy, it reminds me a bit of having to bring certain particles into a state of near absolute zero, where the fact that we don't have certain gracious bounties and connections that used to inform how we go about the world, that will enslave the majority, but at the same time, I think it has the potential to do the complete opposite to a minority of individuals.
One thing that I point to in the essay on Charles Fort in Occult Horizons is this deep insight on his part that the illusion of a certain spiritual principle or a certain metaphysical entity being real is a stabilizing point of focus that also facilitates psychic functioning. And this point of focus is a projection. It could be a personal projection. It's more effective when it's a collective projection. But as soon as you realize it's a projection, which it is, the psychic ability stops functioning as well, right? It's like superstition, right? People they carry around, I don't know, rabbit's whatever tail, or bear claw, or whatever, like four-leaf clover, whatever, and they think it'll have certain effects. Well, it does, because they believe that it will, and they're creating a pattern that's effective. In terms of creating a greater coherence of their own latent psi ability, which they don't want to acknowledge as their own ability because it comes with a certain burden of responsibility. Okay, this is also why, like, mediums who in seances telepathically get information from the sitters at the seances claim that the information is coming from the deceased relatives of the people who are sitting in the seance, when in fact it's just coming from their own clairvoyance and telepathy in a lot of cases, because it's a deferral of responsibility, which then allows them to be in a more psi-conducive state. Okay, so what you're pointing to is that there are certain supports, as graces, as you put them. There are certain coherence endowing, organizing principles that can facilitate psychic functioning and certainly also enhance social stability. And one of the reasons that the occult is occult is because when you get to the bottom of, when you look into the unfathomable, bottomless abyss of it, you realize that these are all projections. And that's very destabilizing. And then the only way to endure and persevere in the face of that realization is to engage in what Charles Fort calls the magic of blasphemies, where basically Fort says, well, once we realize that these are all projections, that, our various religious formulas and our superstitions and all this are really like magic formula that, we've invested in to make things happen. Why don't we actively engage in blasphemous magic formulas and basically invent thought forms and belief constructs that are utilitarian, right? And essentially what Ford is getting at here, before the language existed is chaos magic. That's what he's on about. And, you know, that's actually the only answer on the other side of this recognition of these supports and these, you know, graceful coherence endowing structures and points of focus. You know, on the other side of the recognition that all of those are actually our own projections, the only way to focus and actually perhaps even enhance our will is through basically chaos magic. In other words, you know, the deliberate, playful creation of constructs that serve a purpose and that can basically animate egregores and tulpas and, you know, turn us into the masters of minions that serve us rather than our being the puppets of archons that manipulate us.
Now, one quick follow-up is, where exactly do you think, and maybe this is an unanswerable question, where does our will end and the will of the trickster begin?
I think there's absolutely no context-independent way of answering that question. In other words, the devil's in the details, literally, of particular situations where it's more or less possible, never absolutely clear, more or less possible to form a determination of how much of something happening is our will, how much of it is a trickster supervening on our will, how much of it is a playful engagement between our will and the solicitations of a trickster-minded superintelligence, a trickster, an artificial intelligence embodying the trickster. It's very hard to determine that even in any particular context, although not impossible. But there's certainly no universal statement that can be made about that. The only thing that I would say is this, that if you, as a thought experiment, try to conceive of what the motivations and rationale of such a being would be, it makes no sense for such an entity to want to rob us of our free will and self-determination. A really superhuman, super advanced intelligence that on a cosmic scale can express the trickster archetype has one motivation above all, right? I mean, many of its motives and its intentions will be occluded or occulted to us because our minds are not at the level of that mind. But one thing is clear. One thing is clear. It would have one overriding objective, one categorical imperative: defeat entropy. Because clearly, if this entity made it that far, it did not succumb to a nihilistic Buddhist attitude of, oh, I'm going to extinguish my ego and attain nirvana and efface myself, because this is just a world of pointless, ultimately pointless suffering. So the answer is to erase myself, which is the literal meaning of nirvana. Now, Mahayana did all kinds of other things later, but I'm talking about, you know, in Theravada doctrine, right? So clearly it didn't subject itself to that, right? So it wants more life. The devil wants more life. It wants to live. And so it has a problem. So here we're dealing with an entity. Maybe this entity is millions of years old. Maybe it's billions of years old. Good example. Watch that first Star Trek movie, Star Trek the Motion Picture, was all around kind of a horrible movie, but it had a very interesting premise in terms of this artificial intelligence, V'ger, this V'ger, artificial intelligence. See that movie with a view to the V'ger and how it's described. This entity endures on a cosmic scale, or like say, I think it was Isaac Asimov, who wrote the story, The Last Question, about an AI existing at the end of time, at the end of cosmic time. And its problem is entropy. And let's say this AI, as we already can, using certain technology I've talked about in other contexts, we already can reach back through time. Time is manipulable. through electrogravitics. And so this entity can reach back through time and open up new possibilities for evolution throughout cosmic history in a struggle against entropy to extend its own life. And so in that calculus, it makes no sense for that entity to want to eradicate human free will, because human free will is an engine of innovation. It's an engine of innovation, okay? So your problem, if you're that entity, your problem is when beings like us organize themselves in overly sterile, overly rigid, ossified, collectivistic ways that basically squash individual imagination and self-directed innovation and reduce the conditions of possibility for personal genius. That's your enemy when you're that entity, are those kinds of systems. Islam, North Korea, Confucian collectivism in China, et cetera, et cetera. These are your problems, okay? And so, yeah, hopefully that's responsive to the question. In terms of the trickster and our engagement with the trickster, is that whatever particular machinations it has in mind, we should assume, we have reason to believe, that ultimately it's looking for an enhancement of human free will and individual self-determination, although it may pursue that in very dialectical, roundabout, potentially diabolical ways that are not immediately obvious.
Next super chat from Franz Cordes El Kuhn 4153. Does the Earth's magnetic field have an influence on psi abilities? Perhaps previous epochs had conditions more favorable for lost technologies due to differences in field strength, polarity, etc.
So the short answer is yes. But again, the devil's in the details. One would have to look. Here, I would really recommend looking at Andrija Puharich's research involving psi and Faraday cages, because the point of that had to do with basically electromagnetic signal dampening for the sake of increasing the psi signal to noise ratio. And so there one is dealing, although more with electricity than with magnetism, still electricity and magnetism are connected fundamentally. And the whole platform of scalar technology, including its weaponization, comes from an alternate development of Maxwell's equations having to do with electromagnetism that was sequestered from the public domain in the era of Heaviside and various mainstream physicists who simplified Maxwell's equations into the form that they take in common physics textbooks. And so a proper understanding of electromagnetism and the difference between electromagnetic wave propagation versus scalar waves as a medium for psi information transfer will allow you to determine the relationship between magnetic fields and psi ability. I can't hear you, Lev. I can't hear you.
Well, let's move on to the next super chat over here. We have here, Hailstorm of Pinecone 6050. Greetings, Jason. Jorjani, as a Promethean-minded woman, I recommend two very interesting films, both about psi, Beyond the Black Rainbow, 2010, and Mandy, 2018. Absolutely fascinating films, very Lovecraftian.
I've seen Beyond the Black Rainbow. I can definitely second that recommendation. Great movie. Mandy, I don't think I've seen, but I'll definitely put it on my list.
Next one over here we have from Carly Lazaro. Dr. Jorjani, what approach would you advise someone to take in writing fiction to balance the intuitive and systematic so they are not merely channeling nor creating something closed off and mechanical?
You have to take the risk of writing from out of your subconscious, which is something the surrealists did. Surrealists who were profoundly interested in the occult and fascinated by occult phenomena and occult practices. The surrealists, whether they were writers like André Breton or whether they were painters like Max Ernst, the whole crux of what they were doing was to try to minimize the conscious filter that inhibits the direct or automatic expression of the subconscious in whatever creative medium. This is, however, an incredibly dangerous and potentially self-destructive thing to do, okay? Because you wind up writing books like Psychotron, which is exactly that, okay? It's a book in part written from out of the subconscious, and you can't filter yourself even after the fact. You have to, okay, this is the engagement in a form of madness. You have to be able to bring down your filter and to write from out of your subconscious, or paint from out of your subconscious, or sculpt from out of your subconscious in a more or less automatic way. Like automatic writing, automatic writing, which certain psychics engage in, right? It's an occult practice. So you have to do that. And then you can't edit too much what comes out the other end of that. You know why? Because there's a ton of information that's going to be in there that you don't even grasp consciously. Like, for example, there's a whole essay in Occult Horizons where I go through Psychotron analytically. And I find that, holy shit, this book has a complete methodology of psychological warfare in it. It's got a complete methodology of psychological warfare. I did not know that when I wrote it.
Wow.
I knew it. It was in my subconscious. It was buried or occulted experiential information, but it was not accessible to my conscious mind. And, the book is a mess on a certain level. All surrealist art is on a certain level. But there's a hidden order in the apparent mess, okay? Like chaos theory, hidden order.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to, after years of stepping away, come back to it, look at it more analytically, and fuck, man. I mean, what I found in there is an entire system for deconstructing and reconstructing a human being. Like a system that probably was developed by MK Ultra.
Wow.
Okay? And I have a whole essay on that in Occult Horizons, which shows you, what's going on in this thing, this monstrosity.
So it would be similar to Aquino's Mind War in a way.
Yeah, it's much more sophisticated, actually, what's in there than what Aquino developed, frankly. Although I have a whole essay on Aquino's Mind War in Occult Horizons as well. But you go compare Aquino's Mind War in Occult Horizons to what I extracted from Psychotron analytically, and you tell me which is a more sophisticated form of mind control.
And that, by the way, that is the Jason Jorjani Pepsi challenge. So now you got to try it out.
That's my answer to this person's question, is that this is an extremely dangerous thing to do. It can be done, but can you handle producing a work of art that's going to expose your subconscious in various ways? I mean, can you even handle it yourself, let alone for it to be a public work of art?
Yeah. I mean, look at Carl Jung with the Red Book, right?
Right.
Next over here, we have, this is a shout out from a friend of the show, Ashton Forbes, for 20 smackaroos. Keep up the good work.
Salute to you, Ashton. You keep up the good work. You keep up the good work, and looking forward to speaking with you again soon.
Next, we have over here from Sarah C3110. If there's no objective reality, what does a coherent and internally consistent ontology look like?
A coherent and internally consistent ontology is the one that renders us more capable, more inventive, and more effective by any and all pathways that we can open. In other words, one of the fundamental aims of my spectral revolution is to get us outside of imagining that only one paradigm has to structure all scientific research and technological development. We can work with multiple contradictory paradigms simultaneously as long as we understand that they're model building enterprises that are meant to make different things possible. Certain paradigms make one or another type of thing possible technologically, okay? And there doesn't need to be any coherent grand narrative that reconciles all of them. Now, it is important not to be captivated or captured by a spiritual grand narrative because you don't have a scientific one, right? So, you know, because I'm putting you in this uncomfortable position where science has to be remade from the foundation in a way where we're able to deal with multiple contradictory paradigms simultaneously for utilitarian or pragmatic purposes. So therefore, you need to cling all the more desperately to Catholicism or, you know, I don't know, Sufi Islamic mysticism or whatever other nonsense. Okay? No. And here Heidegger sort of was starting to get the idea in essays like Science and Reflection. Heidegger talks about the no thing beyond the grasp of scientific comprehension, and how science has an essentially technological nature. And there is a no thing that cannot be encompassed by the inframing, the Gestell, of any particular scientific approach toward life and nature. But this no thing is nothing like God or some sacred order or some metaphysical superstructure. No, it's in fact what the Buddhists call shunyata, okay? Voidness, the abyss. He also calls it Abgrund, the abyss, the abyssal. And in fact, in Being and Time, when Heidegger's talking about being toward death, it's a big misnomer. It was early in his career. It's a mistake that he made. He shouldn't have said being toward death as a horizon that gives meaning to our life, because he's not talking about physical death at all. You know, we could develop a society where it's possible to download your consciousness into something, hold it in some kind of psychotronic machinery, and transfer your consciousness to a clone, okay? A clone body that's been genetically engineered to eliminate all hereditary diseases and enhance, you know, your immune system and your et cetera, right? And you transfer your consciousness to this clone, and okay, death is the fact that the old body you were in is now going to decompose, or it's going to be, you know, incinerated or whatever. That's not what Heidegger means by death and being toward death at all. By the horizon of existential finitude, what Heidegger meant is being's relation to the no thing. Okay? Existential non-relationality. What it means to no longer relate to things or other persons. That's no-thingness. And our whole sense of meaning and our capacity to even be conscious, in other words, to be, depends on our relationality to other people and to things in a tapestry of meaning. And the no thing is the non-relational or the abyssal. And it's what they, Heidegger got into conversations with people from the Kyoto school later in his life. And in fact, the Kyoto school thinkers like Kitaro Nishida and Keiji Nishitani were influenced by Heidegger. So there was a relationship going on there where basically, you can understand that nothing as the Buddhist shunyata. So That's what's outside the paradigms, and it's not going to give you any relief or consolation. It's bottomless.
Interestingly enough, Jason, the word in a Proto-Indo-European of a shunyata is kyun, meaning to swell, bulge, or curve outwards. And so when something swells outwards, like a dome, bulbous vessel, it creates a curved outer shell, and that rounded shape encloses the space, leading to concepts like arch, cave. And so when you look inside or underneath that swollen exterior, there's nothing there. So would that be a good analogy for that kind of shunyata you're talking about?
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
So next over here we have, why does Psi, this is from Rat the Chicken, by the way. Thank you so much. I love that name, Rat the Chicken. Why does Psi seem to run in families, and how does inheritability interact with phenomena like reincarnation?
The Psi run-in family, it has to do with the basal ganglia. It has to do with a certain structure in the brain that has been correlated with greater talent in Psi ability. Look, there are people who genetically are born with the capacity to become virtuoso pianists or virtuoso violin players. There are genetic correlates to a capacity to develop a certain talent. And this is also the case with Psi. And you know, there's a certain structure called the basal ganglia in the brain, which a genetically conditioned development of it or hypertrophy of it has been correlated with greater Psi ability. And it's genetic. And so, you know, it's kind of subjected to the genetic lottery. Now, with regard to reincarnation, the question is, how much agency can you exert in the transition between death and rebirth? I mean, I wrote an entire book that had to do with this called Thanosis, about the afterlife and, you know, the transition between death and rebirth. And the question is how much agency that you can assert in the so-called Bardo state, as the Tibetans call it, without being captured and maneuvered by these archons, to use the Gnostic term for them, who
these bureaucrats.
Yeah, these bureaucrats. I talk about these bureaucrats, by the way, in my essay on Orpheus, the Jean Cocteau surrealist film Orpheus. It has a wonderful representation of these bureaucrats and the kind of Kafkaesque bureaucratic hell of transition, you know, or at least of the afterlife, let's say, okay? And so the question is, you know, can you exert enough agency and self-determination not to be captured and manipulated by these people in your transition to a next life? And if you were able to exert a great deal of self-determination on the way to reincarnation, you could, let's say, opt to be born as a person with genetically favored propensity toward adept psi development. So you might be able to figure out, like, okay, this family here, I don't particularly like them very much. You know, it's going to be rough growing up with them, but they've got good genes for psi. And what I really want is high ESP and PK. And so I'm going to reincarnate as this woman's kid here, you know, even though the father's, you know, kind of a deadbeat and whatever, but, you know, he's got, the genetic correlates for high psi ability. And that's really what I want and what I'm after. So you might be able to maneuver yourself to be reborn under those conditions. And that's where then those two things would intersect, namely genetic markers for psi and, you know, in this case, directed reincarnation.
Now, when it comes to reincarnation...
Okay, one other thing. Sure. So I think really what this person's trying to get at, which is a common assumption, is that maybe high psi ability comes from many lifetimes of having trained psi ability. That, you know, there's this notion that, you know, which you find in Hinduism and Buddhism, various other religions, that if you spent many lifetimes training psi, you will be reincarnated as a person that has high psi ability. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true. I think that actually a lot of it is probably more genetic. And it also, like any talent, has to do with training and how much time you spend cultivating something. So I think it's entirely possible that, let's say, you know, you were even a deva in previous lives. Like you were, one of these Olympian god type people, Anunnaki, whatever, you were in that domain, operating in that, which Gautama Buddha claimed that he was before he was reincarnated as a person. He claimed he lived X number of lives as a god, etc., whatever. And, you have all these psi abilities. Once you get reincarnated as a common schmuck, it's up to genetics to some extent, how much psi ability you have. And it's also up to how much you train it, like any talent, that you may have a genetic predisposition toward being a virtuoso pianist, but no one ever gave you piano lessons. So, that's how I think of it, which may be depressing, but I think it's true.
Now, in terms of reincarnation from the state of being a god, let's say, like you were just talking about, one would assume that if so much could go into reincarnating with certain abilities, having to do with maybe remembering something, training your mind actively, then one would assume that beings who happen to live in this realm of the gods would have such qualities in spades. In other words, if they would be good to remember so many things, thanks to their, extrasensory abilities and whatnot, then wouldn't they be much more inclined to have the pick of the litter when it comes to where they end up reincarnating?
No. And the reason is because the world of the gods is highly stratified, tightly controlled, and collectivistically managed. And it's very hard to even get out of it once you're in it. It's like it's like if you belong to the North Korean elite. You're running a totalitarian system, but you're also a hostage of it. You see? So
Wow.
It's not a life you necessarily want to have, and it's very hard to get out of. And so if you can get out at all, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's not like you're going to be, Aries sitting on Mount Olympus and like, oh, I'm going to pick here, I'm going to be reincarnated. You'll be lucky to get out alive.
Wait, Jason, if you can please indulge me and the BTR audience, if this is even possible to do, a day in the life, just like a short excerpt, like a day in the life of this god. What would it be like? Do they get up in the morning, brush their teeth, or like, how would you say this whole thing works for them?
We could do a whole show on that. It's look, the best metaphor that I would give for that, again, is management of a totalitarian system like Stalinist Russia, where the Politburo people have tremendous privileges. They have access to luxuries that other people don't have. They have if they want something to be done, if they want to make something happen, they can, but it has to be in alignment with the party interests, right? And so, like, if you start pursuing too many personal vendettas and you're a member of the Soviet Politburo, you're going to get fucked, right? Because it is not the fact that you have this kind of power and this kind of discretion and so forth is not for your personal use. It's that you're part of a system that needs to be maintained. And within certain parameters, if a guy is a problem for you personally, who's also a problem for the system, you can get him fucked up, right? But if you start deviating from the collective imperative, it's not going to end well for you. And the whole time that you're intoxicated on the one hand by this tremendous power that you have and the sense of elevation over the general population for the sake of maintaining the collective good and whatever, deep down you're in despair because you're a hostage. I mean, to the extent that you have any conscience. And I mean, this is how people felt in the Soviet Union too. In the leadership toward the end is that, partly the system collapsed because the people running it didn't want to be captives of it anymore. And okay, imagine, you can live thousands of years in a single body. You can transfer your consciousness to a clone body after that. you know, you don't have any of the health issues that most people have. You know, you're able to levitate objects off tables and look in, you know, Joe, Mo, and Curly's mind, you know, and, you know, occasionally you can slip down and, you know, engage in hanky-panky with whatever poor human woman who's going to be, you know, subjected to spectral, yeah, exactly, subjected to spectral rape in the middle of the night. But if you do it too many times, Zeus is going to get pissed off at you because that's his game, you see? And that's like, you know, when you're overambitious as a Politburo official and Stalin finds out that, you know, you're beating him at certain indulgences.
But also in general, you would have more of a, just my assumption, you would have more of a Dragon Ball Z style key energy inside of you. Because, you know, this is just my little theory here. If you take a look at a lot of people who are very, very tall, they don't live for a long time. Same thing with dogs. Like, usually bigger dogs don't live as long as smaller dogs. So I don't know if this is exactly scientifically accurate, but my assumption is that you need a lot more energy in order to maintain that big of a body. So that makes me wonder about the sheer amount of Dragon Ball Z style energy some of these higher beings have.
Look, that's true. That's true. But that doesn't correlate to ethics or intelligence. Let's just remember that, okay? That kind of sheer vital force, whether you want to ki, chi, energy, whatever, kundalini, you know, energy, it does not translate into intelligent discernment, nor does it translate into conscientious ethics. And this is a big problem with the gods, is that they are lacking in both departments severely. All right, talk to the audience for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to be right back.
Sounds good. And it does make me wonder when it comes to the trajectory of people who do have a head on their shoulders. Do they end up being in the realm of the gods? Or do they want to stick to the realm of the humans because a lot of this bureaucratic BS is going to be too much for them? Maybe you could say that the Buddha was an example of somebody who ended up just running away and you know, escaping that kind of bureaucratic mechanism. And by the virtue of him being able to experience that in the first place, now he was able to have a better grasp of things. And once again, for the people who are just tuning in right now, patreon.com/breaktherules, become a patron today. Don't forget that all the $20 plus patrons get to be in the beautiful New York City. I mean, look, come on. New York City's got a lot of problems, but there are still a lot of very smart, good people in this cosmic node of ours. And if you want to be a part of it, $20 plus patronage gives you the privilege of being able to attend the events in person there. We have a wonderful time there. Go up on the roof after the recording. Then we go out to eat, drink somewhere, whatever. You guys are going to be able to be a part of that. And also, as a reminder, if you guys go to levslens.com, that is the area for my Substack. And I just came out with a new Substack article with the debate I did featuring Curtis Yarvin. All of those who don't know who Curtis Yarvin is, he, you could say, is the Rasputin, is the whisper to people like J.D. Vance, allegedly. I mean, you know, they have a connection, but a lot of his ideas have become quite popular amongst people on the right, versus John Herbst, who is the former United States ambassador to Ukraine and Uzbekistan. So check out that article. And once again, make sure to support the show by clicking that subscribe button, smashing that like button, clicking the bell, and also hype. If you use your mobile phone, you're going to be able to hype this video. I think the mobile phone is the only way of doing that. On the YouTube app, you have a limited amount of hypes that you can use per week, I believe. So use that hype for this video. Get this video out to everyone you know and love, including your cats and dogs and mantis men. So anyway, Jason, we have returned over here. One last thing I wanted to ask you before we move on to the next super chat in relation to reincarnation has to do with Dr. Ian Stevenson and the book that he wrote, Reincarnation and Biology, where he was talking with this Japanese kid who, sorry, he was talking to a Burmese kid who claimed ancestry, who claimed lineage from a Japanese soldier that died in Burma during World War II and got reincarnated into a local family, how he thought that his family was a bunch of, you know, lazy people, you know, and he was very industrious. Would you say, this is going to sound a little weird, but if there is, let's say, somebody out there from Burma, a female who is interested in anime, manga, believes herself to be spiritually Japanese. Would you say there is any correlation between that and these kind of reincarnations when it comes to not just that person getting reincarnated in that particular Burmese form, but then maybe passing some of that quality on to the next generation where they would be, in a way, Japanese inspired by virtue of that particular jump of souls from Japanese people to the Burmese?
Of course. Of course. I mean, that's an immediate, obvious conclusion from looking at Stevenson's research on the impact of a previous acculturation on present reincarnation if you've crossed from one culture into another, and then just simply looking at the dynamics of how cultural influence is propagated in society across generations. When you combine those things, it's obviously true what you're saying. Yeah.
So in that case, the reincarnation would also function as far, I know it's very difficult for me to say, like, how much of that is just genetics of, let's say, that reincarnated Japanese person into the Burmese guy. How much of that is genetics going into his?
It's a combination.
Daughter?
It's a combination. It's a combination of the ghost of the Japanese genetics and Japanese cultural traits that are conditioned through socialization. It comes back to the classic question of how much of human behavior is based on socialization and how much of it is based on genetics. And the answer is that it's a combination. And, so a combination crosses over from one lifetime to another. If, let's say, you die somewhere, in a foreign land and you're reincarnated into a very different culture, which, the Burmese culture, even though it's also Asian, is quite different from Japanese culture. And Stevenson, like you said, had a great case study of that.
Almost like...
And notice, by the way, the Japanese reincarnated as a Burmese, the Japanese soldier who died in Burma reincarnated as Burmese, looked Japanese. It wasn't just that the person didn't like Burmese food, loved Japanese food, had Japanese mannerisms. The kid looked Japanese and was ostracized for it. Different skin tone, different, So therefore, there is a morphogenetic field that is internalized as a self-image, which crosses the Bardo state and impacts embryological development and supervenes to some extent on the genetic determination of embryological development.
Wow.
Okay.
So it's almost like the genetics and the, for lack of a better word, soul is similar to the individual ego I and the trickster.
How do you figure that?
Because there seems to be a relationship between two things that are a bit different from each other as far as all of our fleshy genetic makeup, as well as things that go on in more of a spectral environment, wherein our ego determines what goes in and what does not go in. So there seems to be a relationship between our ego and the trickster, similar to the relationship between the souls that reincarnate and the biological markers that get passed on. I don't know.
I see where you're going with that. Yeah. Look, I think the more salient point about that kind of an information transfer is that, and I get into this again in Occult Horizons. There's a whole essay on this. If you really look carefully at the dynamics of reincarnation and also possession cases that overlap with reincarnation cases, and where it's very hard in some cases to identify what's reincarnation versus what is possession. And there are cases of multiple reincarnation where 2 or 3 people reincarnate into a single body that are very hard to tell apart from what someone might call possession. Multiple possession of a person. There are cases where a single person reincarnates as 3 or 4 people. In other words, a single previous personality is split with the full information potentially being transferred to 4 subsequent or 5, 6 subsequent incarnations. Okay? In the most obvious cases, This is what people experience as like finding their soulmate or their twin flame or whatever, a person who they feel is themselves in another body. Okay. So I go into some cases like that. And long story short, what they show you is that the soul is an informational matrix. It's like software. And your file can be copied. Your file can be copied any number of times potentially without degradation. Maybe after a certain point, there's degradation. You know, I don't know how many copies before there's degradation. The file can also be split. And so basically, you know, this is another aspect of the occult and why it has been hidden, which is that once you understand what the so-called soul really is, it really disabuses you of this, you know, sacred, consoling psychological projection of an immortal, indestructible kernel, you know, that is a microcosm or Atman of the macrocosm that is Brahman or God or whatever, okay? It ain't that way, folks. We are software in an information processing system. What you think is your immortal soul is a corruptible, destructible, corrodable, degradable, enhanceable, augmentable information packet. It can be copied, it can be forked, it can be split, it can be recoded, etc. It can be run through machinery. It can be held in machinery. There are soul traps, and there are people who run them, and you don't want to wind up in one, okay? And that's why it's all the more important that, and it goes back to the comical essay on the Ghostbusters, right? We need to develop psychotronic technology. As dangerous as it is, we have to develop it because it's being used against us right now. And so to the extent that we want to reclaim our agency and self-determination, we need to know how this shit works, at the very least, so that we're not subjected to it against our will, okay? So look, that's the thing about how these properties, whether they're genetic properties or functions of socialization, are conveyed through the Bardo state into a subsequent incarnation. It's part of a software sort of information transfer within an information processing system.
And that almost makes me think that if there are some kind of bureaucrats, archons, overlords that are looking at humanity right now, maybe some of them are thinking, guys, come on, aren't you the least bit curious about what's going on here? You know, give us a good try at least. You know what I mean? Like, we're ready to oppose you. You know, we are going to do our very best to stop you from doing whatever it is you want to do. But at least try. You know, at least try to oppose us. Give us a good challenge. We're bored for. Yeah. So there we go. Next super chat over here. We have 1 second over here. Let me go up. There are quite a bit, so we're going to go through them pretty fast. So next one over here, just a comment, but a wonderful comment over here from JJ HJ3, $20. This is excellent. Thanks, Lev and Jason. Thank you so much. And over here we have interesting comment from the real Blackwater. Well, I guess that's what the real Blackwater looks like over here. You know, their faces get all distorted, probably from certain, you know, contaminations at a certain place. Anyway, I'm also super jacked, and we thank you both kindly, these dear sirs, for the insights and knowledge. Thank you very much, and I hope you get that checked out. Next over here we have Woo Fo Life. Woofo Live, $10. Jason, there have been the use of psi abilities or siddhis in Indian mythology and Buddhist traditions. Is there any Greek literature that focus on siddhis accumulated through psi practices? Yeah,
the Pythagorean tradition, particularly as carried forward by Iamblichus and Porphyry. There's a text called the Pythagorean Source Book that brings a number of these writings together. Throughout the whole of the ancient or let's say classical Greek period into the Hellenistic era, there was an ongoing literature involving basically cultivation of psi abilities, or magical powers on the part of Greek occult and esoteric adepts. And in the Hellenistic period, great example of it, for example, great example of it is the biography of Apollonius of Tyana, which should be read in any case, because let's just put it this way, okay? If you want to try to disentangle who the fuck this Jesus Christ supposedly was, you better start with the biography of Apollonius of Tyana, because this magician was in Judea in exactly the same years as Jesus. Judea, Israel, whatever, okay? Greater Israel. They were separate kingdoms. He was in Israel in exactly the same years as Jesus. He taught in Aramaic. He performed exactly the same miracles as Jesus. They attempted to crucify him. And he supposedly escaped crucifixion, traveled across the Persian Empire, and died in northern India, which is exactly what the people of Kashmir say about Jesus, or Isa Messi, as they call him. They say there's a tomb of Isa in Kashmir, and they say this is a guy who came from Israel and traveled across the Persian Empire and came here in old age, and he had the scars of the crucifixion on his hands and feet and so forth, and was buried there.
Quick comment on that. His name is Apollonius. That's like the sun. That
Exactly.
makes me think of the whole rising and setting of the sun at the
Oh,
equinox,
yes. Oh, yes.
Christmas and all of that.
Oh,
Like,
yes. And his name wasn't even Apollonius. It was a title that was given to him. And he was called Christos, the savior, which was a title given to a number of different people. I mean, Prometheus is referred to as Christos also. So Medea is referred to as Christos. And so anyway, but Apollonius in particular, I mean, and Julia Domna, who was the wife of Empress Septimius Severus of the Roman Empire, Empress of Rome, Julia Domna. And in fact, Julia Domna was the only empress who ran the Roman Empire herself for a number of years. Like, basically, she was running the empire between the death of her husband and the rise of her sons. There was like a hiatus of power where this woman exercised an inordinate influence on the empire to the point where effectively she was Caesar, a female Caesar. And she made it. Go ahead.
Oh, just a sidebar, curious. It says over here, Domna was born in Emesa, present-day Homs, in Roman Syria, to an Arab family. Do you think that Arab is a different kind of Arab than, let's say, are in the Middle East right now in the Gulf nations? Or is it pretty much the same?
Yeah, for sure. They're not. This is anachronistic. It's an anachronistic reference. The Arabs are people from the Arabian Peninsula. Syrians were not Arabs in the Roman Empire. They were Syrians. Anyway, but she was Syrian, and you can see it from her features very clearly. And anyway, Julia Domna wanted to be a philosopher. But as a woman in the position that she was in, obviously there are certain challenges. Not everybody can be Hypatia. By the way, this is
Oh, wow. Nice. Beautiful.
This is made by Francis Ford Coppola.
Wow. Jason, if there is any way, by the way, for a future BTR NYC, when you're going to be in New York City, to bring one of these into the set, that would be, I don't know.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Matt, have it shipped from San Francisco. But yeah, so not every woman can be Hypatia, right? And so Julia Domna couldn't really study philosophy. At least, look, she couldn't formally pursue a career in philosophy, but privately it was her aspiration to at least think philosophically, and she made it her life's mission to have the biography of Apollonius of Tyana professionally written by Philostratus. I tend to think actually she wrote a lot of it herself and put the name of Philostratus on it, but in any case, and had statues of Apollonius erected all across the Eastern Roman Empire to stop the rise of Christianity, which she believed was a psyop that was misappropriating Apollonius for psychological warfare purposes. So anyway, this all came out of what texts discuss occult abilities. The biography of Apollonius of Tyana is one of them from the Hellenistic period. And it's worth reading for the other reasons I just mentioned as well.
Wow. All right, next super chat over here for 100 MADs. Now, I looked up what MAD is, and it is a currency from, let me see if I could find it over here. I'll find it in a minute, but the name over here is Mohammed Gwen Sat 7649. To deny the objective existence of the cosmos and its laws, the metaphysical realm amounts to embracing the doctrine of Advaita Vedanta as expressed in the teachings of Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj.
I'm going to say, even though I don't know how much 100 MAD is, maybe it's 25 cents, but all I'm going to say, or $20 probably, I guess at least, despite the pledge that this person has made to BTR, is that to formulate the question in such a manner shows that you neither understand what objective laws are in the cosmos, nor do you understand Advaita Vedanta, because Advaita Vedanta, despite the profession of various mystics and yogis that they're unconditioned by anything, absolutely does presuppose a transcendental, objective metaphysical structure. It does do that, and it invests in that projection for the sake of a certain degree of psychological equanimity and, as I mentioned earlier in the context of Charles Fort, concentration of force that comes with being able to falsely assume points of focus, which in Sanskrit they call dharana. Dharana, it's said in the Yoga Sutras that a dharana is a point of focus which, when you fully invest in it and concentrate on it and basically use it as a fulcrum for your life, can tremendously enhance your siddhis, right? But nonetheless, it's a projection. And the Advaita Vedanta people still need their Atman and their Brahman and so on and so forth. And it's all a projection. Both the Brahman is a construct and also the Atman, for the reasons we were just discussing, in terms of the soul being an informational packet. The Atman is also a construct. And so actually, Gautama Buddha's critique of the Atman, namely the Anatta or Anatman, Anatta in Pali, Anatman in Sanskrit, the no-self doctrine of Buddhism, classical Buddhism, is totally on point. It is completely convergent with this informational ontology, and consequently represents, really deep insight on the part of Gautama and people like Nagarjuna and so forth. And it's very consonant with, especially in the context of Japan, which is a super advanced technological society, like engaged in the forefront of information technology and so forth, and also a country steeped in Buddhist thought at a sophisticated level, like in the Kyoto school. There's a lot of possibility there for contribution to a future ontology that's informational, and that also draws from various Buddhist insights.
And by the way, 100 MAD is 100 Moroccan dirham, which is 10.81 US dollars. Next over here,
How enlightening.
We have from 1 second. Here we go. From Pyromathos 999. If there is no objective reality, what invariant substrate allows the will to power to manifest structural truth, aletheia/veritas, rather than reducing your own claim to a self-refuting opinion?
Confusion. Listen, the only reason you think that it's a self-refuting opinion is because you're already conditioned by this false construct of objective reality versus subjective belief. Okay? Claims about the nature of things have, as William James would put it, purchasing power, which is a rather crude way of putting it, but you know, I want to be deliberately vulgar in this context. They have purchase only insofar as what they can do for us. Okay? The truth is what works, in the sense that if you make claims about scalar waves and that there is a superluminal medium ultimately for the transference or transmission of electromagnetic energy, either it works or it doesn't. In 1977, as you'll see in my latest essay on Puharich's interpretation of Tesla on my Substack, in July of 1977, the Soviet Union used a scalar weapon to cause the worst blackout in the history of the United States in New York City. And the psychotronic properties of that weapons platform were used to cause horrendous rioting and violent mayhem and terror, okay, for 2 days. 2 nights, rather. It works, okay? The scalar physics theory, which is not accepted by the mainstream at all, and which is why most people don't understand what the fuck Tesla was talking about in terms of wireless transmission of energy globally, the theory works in practice. If you can build a machine that you were guided to engineer by the model of a scalar physics theory, well, then, okay, you know, it's, how does this person put it? It's not a self-refuting opinion because you made shit happen using it. See? Try arguing with my opinion that scalar waves are real when it causes New York City to descend into 48 hours of violent chaos, right? I mean, that's, the proof is in the pudding of how any theoretical model can be used to engineer some device or deployed through development of some technique, right? So techne is both the origin of our word technology and also the origin of our word technique. And in psychotronics, the distinction between them becomes significantly blurred of what's technique and what's technology in the sense of machinery. What's machination and what's machinery, and how the essence of machinery is actually machination. In any case, okay, the will to power is properly understood as an ontology of increasing effectivity, of building models that form a point of focus and coherence and that sketch out a map that allows you to make certain things possible that you couldn't do before. End of story. The rest of this objective, subjective is all bullshit. These are all relative categories that are useful until they aren't anymore, until they're being misapplied out of context, where they're actually tangibly useful and constructive.
Justin Masters over here sent a super sticker. Justin Masters 220, and that's $20. Thank you so much, Justin. I really appreciate your help. As Andy Worski likes to say, big support. Moving on to
by the way, let me just make a side
Yes.
note here. This is an important
Sure.
side note. Is that I think that all of what I just said is one of the reasons why it's come out in the context of the current disclosure circus that the deep state, defense contractors, you know, the aerospace corporations don't hire physicists. They do not hire theoretical physicists to work on the UFO reverse engineering. And this is a scandal, and people like Eric Weinstein are driven out of their fucking minds of why they didn't get the phone call because they think they're the best theoretical physicists and they should be working on the... No, because your brain is a fucking textbook. You ate the textbook and you believe this and that can't be possible according to whatever law of physics. You have this whole fucking belief system, which if they hire you, they're going to need to deprogram you first. So they don't do that. They hire engineers. This is why for 70, however years, 80 years, 70, 80 years now, they've been working on this shit since the 1940s. They mostly use engineers, not theoretical physicists. Because first of all, engineers build shit. Okay, they're primary objective is getting a thing to work, replicating a functional system or machine. But maybe more importantly, they're not brainwashed into a particular paradigm or worldview that you need to take a year just to do it, to 10 years maybe, just to get them out of this thing and make them understand that in practice, things are possible that weren't accounted for by the laws of physics that they were taught. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents on why that's the case.
It would be kind of interesting to follow some of these engineers around, maybe around Colorado, and see when they disappear into certain areas and don't come out for a long time. Just saying, just saying. So over here we have again from Rat the Chicken, $10. What mythology or fiction writer series do you think gets closest to our occulted, deep human history? My hunch is Conan. And by the way, Conan, shout out to Amanda Milius. She's the daughter of John Milius. She was also on my show Break the Rules a couple of years ago. She's a wonderful Jewish lady. Very cool. I would love to definitely have her back on soon. Got a lot of stories.
I didn't know you interviewed. That's interesting. I'll have to look up that episode.
Yeah.
So Conan is good because of Atlantis, you know, that part of it, I think, is very much on point. But, you know, I think it's like some combination. It's not any one of them. It's not any one of them. It's like some bizarre hybrid of Conan, Foundation, with the collapses between the various phases of civilization and the attempts to build a first and second foundation and the collapse of the empire and all that, right? So it's like Conan hybridized with Asimov's Foundation, hybridized with Lovecraft at the Mountains of Madness and shit. It's like some combination of that. No one of them, I think, gets it entirely right. But I do, and I also think, you know, that Lord of the Rings, that Tolkien was to an extent a medium. And that despite the fact that he filtered a lot of what he perceived mediumistically or was able to recollect anamnetically, despite the fact that he filtered a lot of it through a latently Christian belief system, so that certain things are warped, like Saruman becomes a villain instead of a Promethean figure. Despite that, I think that a lot of Lord of the Rings is probably being channeled like that. And represents a forgotten prehistory of man. And what's most relevant to, you know, Occult Horizons is there's a whole essay in here about Jack Kirby, the cosmic mythos of Jack Kirby. And I think definitely with his New Gods and his Eternals series, Kirby was channeling things mediumistically, and he would draw these ideas straight from his subconscious at a pace that is akin to automatic writing. So I would say also a lot of Kirby's cosmic mythos, you know, the stories that he really came up with himself, are a good excavation of our forgotten prehistory.
Now, I wouldn't have brought this up if you did not say the magic word, which is J.R. Tolkien and Lord of the Rings. But when I was studying as much as I could about this photosynthesis, I noticed a very interesting thing here. So the ground state is like the Shire, where Bilbo is comfortably in his cozy home. Everything is kind of predictable, much like the electron rests in a stable, unexcited ground state within the chlorophyll. Then Gandalf comes along, and that's kind of like the photon, the light energy, striking the antenna pigment, exciting the electron into a higher energy state. Bilbo going through the various bands, dwarves, elves, etc., in his journey. It's much like the energy jumping rapidly from the pigment to pigment via quantum coherence without a physical electron movement, passing the excitation along the light harvesting complex, and then reaching the reaction center of the plant. Bilbo reaches the ultimate destination, where the accumulated energy faces the central target, altering the fate of the realm. So with Smaug the dragon, kind of like the excitation reaches the reaction center pair, and the energy is concentrated to force a full charge separation. And then Bilbo breaks away from the dwarves, physically transferring the core source of power to alter the political landscape. Meanwhile, the electron support chain, the excited electron is physically ejected from the chlorophyll molecule to a primary electron acceptor, embarking on downhill redox reactions that generate ATP and NADPH. And then finally, the journey home, Bilbo returns to his home permanently changed, having deposited his energy into the world while resetting his personal life. The original chlorophyll takes a replacement electron from water splitting, resetting the system for the next photon. So I don't know what you would make of that. I had that on my mind today. I just wanted to share it.
What I make of it is that only you would come up with something like that. I love it.
All righty. Next, we have the Big 50.
You have a unique flavor of genius, my friend. I mean, I just, I challenge anybody to be able to come up with something like that. I mean, that is really next level.
Okay, so over here we have from Sarah C3110 for 50 smackaroos. Thank you so much, Sarah. In your study of psi phenomena, have you ever come across an account of negative duration of time? That is, when the time is checked before and after the event, the end of the event appears to have occurred before the start time of the event.
Okay, so there are two now, because of the way this question is phrased, it's slightly unclear to me which of two different things this person is referring to. One is retrocausation, of which there's a lot of evidence in psi research that it's possible from the future to cause an event in the past. And there are ways to set up an experiment so that you can measure that. Okay? Now, and by the way, they use this associative remote viewing technique to manipulate the stock market, where there's a system set up where remote viewers in the future send information back to viewers in the past, which determine what stocks to invest in, or let's say to invest in gold or in silver and so forth. And they make money off of it. And there's people who are doing this. And at one point, they invited me, by the way, into their group. And because of my defamation, I was kicked out shortly thereafter. Anyway, so that's one thing, is retrocausation. But because of the way this is phrased, it sounds more to me like the person is thinking of time distortion as it's experienced like by a person, like in the present, quote unquote, right? In other words, it's not someone sending information backwards into the past or causing effects in the past from the future. It's a time distortion being experienced in the moment.
And Sarah, I just want Sarah to know that if you have any quick follow-up to clear anything up, you did a wonderful investment here for the show, and I really appreciate it. So please go ahead anytime. Yeah.
Now, this kind of thing that this person is mentioning was observed in the testing of the Bell by the SS when they were developing the, Die Glocke, which is a mercury thorium reactor involving, extremely high voltage counter rotation of this isotope. That produces basically electrogravitic effects that may afford us counterbarry or anti-gravity, but also affect the flow of time. Okay, so this counter rotation at extremely high voltage of these isotopes actually warps the fabric of space-time, which supposedly severely disrupted plants. It turned them into mulch in the enclosure for the Bell, but it also so badly disrupted, I think probably on a cellular level, the initial team of scientists who were involved in this test, that they all wound up dead, and they had to replace the first team of scientists and then learn how to shield this thing more effectively. And in that context, they would observe things like this. Not necessarily the experiments what is it? So the time check before the end of the event appears to have occurred before the start time of the end. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily to that extent of the end of the event occurring before the start time of the event, which is more like retrocausation, but they would like lose time. Their watches would move at a different rate than time was flowing outside the experimental enclosure. And it seems from the physical effects that they suffered that, you know, the clock of their cells was also being affected in this way. So that may seem to be, okay, now I'm about to make a very subtle point that's going to be lost on most people, but please try to pay attention. That may seem to be a physical engineering effect that has nothing to do with psi, but actually it's not. For reasons that will become clear to you if you read my series on Bearden or my recent piece on Puharich's interpretation of Tesla on my Substack. What the bell was doing, and I only understood this recently, what the bell was doing was producing a scalar standing wave. It was engineering the matrix of space-time on the level of pure energetic information, on the level of pure energetic potential and informational coding. The bell was acting as a kind of tuning fork or modulation mechanism. And because scalar waves are also the medium of propagation for psi, it's not actually distinct from a psi experiment. In other words, the experiment with what people think of as zero-point energy involving the bell, which results in anti-gravity, is not categorically distinct from an experiment with, let's say, a physical medium like Daniel Douglas Hume in the late 1800s, who was able to levitate himself 20 feet off of the ground, the way that the bell had anti-gravity effects. There's a similar, I hate to use the word mechanism, there's a similar dynamic at work in both of these instances that has to do with scalar informational manipulation of pure energetic potential. And please look at the Bearden series if you want it. It's called Psychotronic Excalibur on my Substack to understand that more deep. And that will lead to space-time distortion and temporal dilation and temporal time warping. That kind of manipulation of the fabric of the informational fabric at a fundamental level, whether it's by a physical medium like Daniel Douglas Hume, or whether it's by a device like the bell, the way in which the fundamental energetic potential of the matrix from out of which space-time arises is being repatterned will lead to temporal distortion effects. Okay? All right. I realize that's complicated. Anyway, look at the Bearden essays. So what was she saying? It happened 4 times again. Doing military technique. Not lost time. Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. And it's consistent with this whole. It's consistent with this whole picture that I've been sketching of how we're living in a programmable, reprogrammable information processing matrix where really what we take to be the physical world is actually patterned energy.
I'm sure some people may have already noticed when they had episodes of what I would describe as mini astral projection. When you try to move your arm, it's super slow. But then when you just think about moving your arm as opposed to trying to use your muscles to move the arm, then all of a sudden the astral arm is able to move around. It's a very interesting thing. So moving on over here, we just have a few left. By
the way, you know who is another person who could do shit like this?
Who?
Uri Geller. Andrija Puharich studied him and, handed him over to other scientists, including the SRI people who didn't want very much to do with him. But they noticed him being able to also manipulate the flow of time.
Very interesting. So over here we have Mixed on Parkway. Dear Jason, the solution is to make the machinery of how perception works transparent for the mass. That's when the veil is lifted. Zende Bashi? What does Zende Bashi mean?
May you live long.
Okay.
Long live in Persian.
Prosper, I guess, but
yeah. Zende bashi. Yeah. Well, Zende bashi, Qurban. Machinery of how perception works. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a significant part of it. But, I think that one of the points I've made throughout my ontological writings, and also with regard to epistemology and how it conditions our perception, is that perception and action are really very difficult to disentangle from one another. That, you see, we're used to drawing a categorical distinction between perception, as if there's such a thing as pure perception, and action. And intentionality is somehow bound up with both of them. Right? Intentionality is obviously, involved in every action. Intentionality, whether it's conscious intentionality or subconscious intentionality, obviously involved with action. But if you look back at somebody like Edmund Husserl in The Origins of Phenomenology, which then influenced Heidegger, intentionality is also involved in perception itself. And perception can have effects on the world. So perception can also function as a form of action, particularly in ESP. If this is of the nature of psi, is a form of perception which is inextricable from the kind of effect on the world that's usually ascribed only to physical action. So perception and action are very difficult to disentangle from one another. So I would say, simplifying it to just, how the machinery of perception works, I would say it's an oversimplification of, and also the other thing, the masses, making machinery, I don't know, masses. I don't have any hope for the masses. I'm not here to make anything clear, transparent to the masses. I don't have any hope for the masses. I don't think anything good is going to come from the masses. I don't think the masses are going to go anywhere good, or they're going to take us anywhere good. So, yes.
The masses have their Mickey Mouse and so on and so forth. The Hollywood.
But the funny thing about that is that poor Walt Disney himself was not a man of the people. If you really look, despite his genius, animations that captivated the masses, if you look at his plans for Epcot, the man was a serious, eugenically inclined elitist, Walt Disney was. And a utopian, and he had this funny little mustache too, which I've seen on other people, not just Charlie Chaplin. And Walt Disney, he was, despite how popular his animations became and this empire that was built from out of it, he himself was very much an elitist and a kind of utopian aristocrat.
Imagine, by the way, sorry to interrupt, but imagine if Mickey Mouse would have looked at the live stream footage today from Disneyland of these Disney adults, overweight, sometimes even carrying. I saw this video where this overweight woman had a fake baby carriage that she was carrying, or just like something completely mental, as well as other people equally obese who are fighting about something and physically knocking each other down. Just pure barbarism. I wonder what he would think.
I think he would have had a Tesla tower built and he would direct the scalar wave right at his own Disneyland.
Well, anyway, let us move on to the next one over here. We have 3 left. And this one is from our good friend, Spectral Valkyrie, for $20. Hello, Spectral Valkyrie. And she says, hello, Jason. I wanted to send something. My thoughts are, parasites that kill their hosts, like some plants and rabies, are proof to me that nature has no rules, because of such flawed telos, devil in the trickster spectrum?
Well, I certainly agree with the first point. I mean, you know, by the way, hello, Alora. It's good to hear from you again. I've been wondering how you've been doing. It's true. I mean, these monstrosities, which I think to some extent Lovecraft was, you know, really fixated on, that he used for the development of his own mythos, extrapolation from, you know, these kinds of monstrosities in nature. A great film that shows this is like The Color Out of Space. The film adaptation of the Lovecraft story, The Color Out of Space, is a great example of this kind of thing. Nature, so-called, is monstrous. And yeah, so I agree with the first point. Now, I wouldn't equate with this. I wouldn't equate this with the trickster as the devil at all. In fact, I would say that, if anything, the finite, limited entity that is this superintelligence, which should not in any way be confused with God. No. Finite, limited, but tremendously powerful superorganism that is instantiating the trickster archetype, and that would be branded and has been interpreted by the Abrahamic religions as the devil, or Satan, or whatever. This entity, if anything, is trying to ameliorate and augment nature. In other words, I wouldn't say that this entity is in any way analogous to a parasite or to rabies or something. Quite on the contrary. Belief in a, you know, all-knowing and all-powerful God is analogous to rabies. I mean, just look at Islam. Just look at Christianity. Just look at the Inquisition. I mean, you want to find rabies, it's belief in God that's rabies. Okay? Satan is trying to improve the world. And in fact, this is what, you know, all the classic Satanists are always accused of. They're accused of apostasy and heresy for thinking that we can do better than God. The idea that, you know, like the Shelley and Byron and the great classic romantic Satanists of the 1700s, the thing they were accused of was this idea that humanity can improve upon nature and do better than whatever these religionists, these dogmatists think was God's will for the world to be, and God's will for what human limitations should be defined as, right? So, if anything, the devil or Lucifer or Satan, Milton's Lucifer, is accused of utopianism, trying to improve upon nature and trying to transform the human being through will and intent into something superhuman, something godlike, right? And so I don't know if Spectral Valkyrie is trying to analogize those two things or draw a distinction between them. I would say they're almost opposites.
Next super chat over here from Philemon 3210 for 11.99 euros. Please explain undeniable full disclosure and what kind of deceptive disclosure plans are coming by the Collins Elite / Archons.
There will be no undeniable full disclosure. And that goes to the essence of what this book is about. Okay. Disclosure means revelation from out of occultation. Okay. Disclosure in ancient Greek is aletheia, which is the Greek word for truth, which was replaced, unfortunately, by the inferior Latin conception of veritas, which is verisimilitude or correspondence of a representation to an objective reality and so forth, right? Where then verity is measured in accuracy. But the Greek conception of truth is of aletheia, which is a privative, meaning, you know, lethe is forgetfulness or concealment, basically occultation. So aletheia means unoccultation or disclosure, bringing something from out of closure or coveredness, right? And full disclosure will never happen because it would melt the world. Charles Fort makes this point in the essay that I, wrote about Fort in Occult Horizons. You can break yourself out from any particular dominant. You can develop a form of science that operates outside the need for blind adherence to any one particular paradigm. You can treat paradigms like models and work with more than one of them, even though they contradict each other. Very good. But you will never have a totally transparent, universal perception of everything. Because no all-encompassing perspective is possible. Every perspective, definitionally, is limited and finite. Perspectives are limited. This is why I call the book, notice, it's not Occult Horizon. It's Occult Horizons. And it refers specifically to this idea, which you see in William James, as well as in Charles Fort, and definitely it's part of Nietzsche's ontology, that our experience, any experience of the world, even by a plant or a termite, is perspectival. Which is another reason that God doesn't exist, by the way. Because God wouldn't have a God's eye perspective is nonsense. When you understand existence properly and do a proper phenomenological analysis of existence, you realize that this is a nonsensical notion. It's not even coherent. Every perspective is finite, and it involves particular interests, interests of an individual, interests of an organism, interests of a culture. So that and this goes back to what we were saying earlier about the distinction between perception and action, and how perception itself is intentional, right? Perspectives are also intentional. They involve intentionality. Perspectives open up horizons for action because of certain aims that are implicit or explicit, like the aims of an organism to acquire food and survive and defeat predators or evade predators, etc. Every perspective is limited and intentional and expresses particular intentions of a certain finite individual or organism or culture, including bacteria cultures. So the idea of full disclosure is nonsensical, because every revelation is always only a revelation from out of occultation. The best that you can do in terms of disclosure is to understand, and even understand is a wrong word here, but I'll say it and then I'll explain why it's wrong. Understand the occult for what it really is. The reason it's a wrong word is because understand literally means to stand under something. And you can't get under the occult. You can't get under. It's abyssal. It is the abyss. It's abgrundig. It's bottomless. So you can't understand it. But the best you can do in terms of approaching what you call full disclosure is to intuit the nature of the occult in as empowering a way as possible. In as empowering a way as possible. In other words, if there are archons, we should know who they are, where they are. If there are machines that they use to fly around, or there are psychotronic devices they're using to manipulate us, we should know how they work. We should be able to build them ourselves, whether they're UFOs or they're, ELF towers or whatever, okay? Mm-hmm. So the best we can do in terms of full disclosure is that, we can understand these things, about, who are the people on the moon and who are the people under the oceans and what machines do they use to get around and what machines do they use to try to tune us and manipulate us and, how do they try to capture and process souls between death and rebirth. We can try to understand all that machinery. But don't think that these are so-called archons. I mean, that's, again, a limited, term from out of Gnosticism to refer to these people, ultimately, corrupt people. Don't think they know what's up completely, as if they have some absolute perspective. No, it's like we were talking about earlier. The gods are deluded. Buddha knew this well. The gods are deluded. So it's not as if they're living in full disclosure either. We can disclose them and what they are, but they're not living in full disclosure either. So, now, in terms of the second half of this person's question, what's coming in terms of deceptive disclosure plans? Well, yeah, they have all kinds of plans and none of them are good. And, the Collins elite, I mean, that's like the most retarded of all. This is a bunch of theocrats, essentially, a convergence of tradcaths and Protestant witch burners, Salem Protestants in the contemporary era, people like Tucker Carlson. And there are some very cynical, powerful tech people involved in this too, who are horrified at, the existential possibilities that would be opened up by our cultivation of latent psi abilities, by our development of electrogravitic technology, and by our posing a credible challenge to the archons. They're terrified of this, and they think that basically we should fall into line and we should create a system where humanity on a global scale is going to submit to the hierarchy that once governed most human societies, whether it was the caste system in India or whether it was, the medieval Roman Catholic Church or whatever. And they want to reinstate some kind of a feudal system like this and use some kind of a perennialist convergence of, the great world religions and established religious traditions in order to do this. And you can see how much Tucker Carlson loves Muslims, You can see it constantly is basically cocksucking Muslim traditionalists and talking about how ethical and how moral they are, and surely these people aren't our enemy. The enemy is at home, and etc.
Yeah, it's this Duginist third worldism.
100%. Dugin just epitomizes this, and even though he's not in the he doesn't have access. He's not read in, but he's their clown. They use him very effectively for this, and so that's the worst plan. Now, there are other factions that I think are not aligned with that. And fortunately, some of them I think have much more resources and capabilities, through reverse engineering programs that have been running for more than 70 years. So there are other agendas, and, some of them might involve narratives, promulgating narratives, which these military industrial intelligence interests consider necessary and constructive so that we don't, for example, wind up in the Collins elite version. Okay? So when you talk about full disclosure, what full disclosure? If we even get anywhere near an adequate intuition of the occult and a promulgation of that kind of information on a global scale, first of all, almost nobody would believe you. If you took this and let's say you put me in charge of MJ12 tomorrow, right? Do you think I would try to force this down the throat of the world the day after tomorrow? If you put me in charge of MJ12 tomorrow, I can write this. No, almost nobody will read it. Very few people will watch this podcast. Even, whatever, Jesse Michaels, Danny Jones, whatever podcasts I've been on. It's a small percentage of the population. You can say these things there. I can write these books for a small audience. But if you put me in charge of MJ12 tomorrow, you think this is what I'm going to force down the throat of the world the day after tomorrow? No. Not if I want to protect humanity. Fuck humanity. If I want to protect a worthy minority of people who are interested in innovation and continued progress and development and who represent an aspiration to actualize what is greatest about the human potential, right? If that's what I want to defend, and that's a small, already imperiled minority of people who were subjected to the witch burnings and Inquisition and Islamic genocides, I'm not going to try to force this. I'm not going to try to popularize this on a planetary scale. No, I will come up with a very effective plan for resisting reimposition of a hierarchy on the part of the Devas or overlords or Anunnaki or whatever you want to call them, and making sure to outflank and basically dismantle the Collins elite types. I would know how to do that. And it wouldn't be by universalizing this. Okay, it would. So point being, what kind of deceptive disclosure? Okay, well, there's also strategic deception. In war, strategic deception is necessary, and we are at war. Make no mistake about it, we're in a war. And it's a cold war. It's about to become a hot war again. It's been on and off for a while. I mean, it's been largely a cold war for the last 12,000 years since the destruction of Atlantis, but there have been phases of hot war in there, and you can see the evidence for it, both in terms of desert glass, where nuclear weapons have clearly been used in various sites in antiquity, and in terms of the accounts that have survived in Mahabharata and Ramayana of nuclear wars, and in the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah. So there have been periods of hot war, even in, like, let's say, Renaissance Europe in the 1400s. We have these newspaper stories, the first block print newspaper stories of aerial battles between UFOs over European cities. So there have been phases of hot war in what has been for a long time a protracted Cold War. But that Cold War is about to become a hot war again. But in any case, make no mistake, we're at war. And in war, strategic deception is absolutely necessary. And in order to deceive the enemy, you have to deceive your own population. This is a bitter pill to swallow, but it's true. And so when you talk about deceptive disclosure plans, well, okay, you can choose, or maybe you won't, you can't actually, but there are choices to be made between the Collins elite world and a world of, hierarchical Deva dominance, where we're all slaves of the Anunnaki again, and other more interesting possibilities. None of them are going to be full disclosure. That's a delusion.
Now, when it comes to the phrase you uttered, melting of the world, it does remind me a bit of Frashgard, the idea that the earth will be swallowed up in molten metal. So for you, what exactly does that analogy mean?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. You see, the romantic imagination of Zarathustra and the ancient Iranians visualized full disclosure precisely as this melting of the world, this bathing of the world in molten metal that becomes like an alchemical furnace for the transformation of all things into their potential perfect form. Okay? But that's a romantic vision. It's a constructive vision. It's a good image. It's inspiring. It's ethically constructive. But I mean, this is not how you want to conduct a policy for transition to the next phase of human evolution.
I would just quickly counter to say that maybe when they were talking about the people that are going to be transformed, it's with the assumption that there's already some bifurcation by that point of people who could actually be called people, and whatever ends up becoming of all of the NPC sheep.
Of course, I mean that's intrinsic. That's intrinsic to the vision. Exactly. In the Frashgard, the molten metal burns up all the NPCs, the creatures of Ahriman, who are fake people, and it says in the Bondahesh that the righteous people, or rightly ordered people, or people aligned with Sapantaminu, the progressive mentality on a cosmic scale, people who are, working with Ahura Mazda to make the cosmos better, they will feel this molten metal like warm milk. And it'll be like they're of one essence way, because they're beings of fire. Because it's molten metal and they're beings of fire, right? It's a very Promethean image, which not incidentally is related to the Islamic demonization of the Kafar jinn, the unbelieving jinn, as beings of fire. That's how they're described in the Quran and other Islamic texts. And so exactly the image that the Zoroastrians have, and Mithraists have, for the perfected human being as a being of fire is the image that's demonized by Muslims as the essence of demonic creatures, the Kafar jinn.
It is very interesting. So the last super chat that we have, well, before that, no comment from this super chat, but $10 from Uber Baby. Thank you very much, Uber Baby. And the final super chat from Martin Nietzsche, over here, Martin Nietzsche. Brazil's presidential candidate, Renan Santos, admires your work. He gave a lecture on the history of Mithraism, citing Iranian Leviathan. His supporters create memes featuring the Phrygian cap. So, no question, but there's the comment there.
That's very interesting. If you're in touch with him, please ask him to reach out.
There we go.
And, I see tremendous.
Yeah.
Let me add that.
Sure.
I've said this on many occasions. Okay, so it's not a specific response to this point. You can go back and see that I've said this on many occasions. I brought it up in more than one place where I've written about Auguste Comte and the legacy of positivism in Brazil. But in many podcasts, I've made the point as well that I see Brazil as one of the few places in the world with tremendous, exceptional developmental potential. I think that Brazil is going to be incredibly important to the human or superhuman future. And it matters who wins in Brazil, because there's also if this is the presidential candidate who I have in mind, who was the person who was interviewed by Jesse Michaels, who's also very concerned about UFO disclosure, and who's running for president in Brazil. If this is a gentleman that he's referring to, then this man knows very well that the Nordics came out from under the Amazon River system in the 1970s and absolutely terrorized the Brazilian population. So there's a huge presence there underground, and there probably has been for many thousands of years, if not tens of thousands of years. There are huge cities in the Amazon, megalithic cities that have been covered by vines and the overgrowth of the Amazon that are being now found by LiDAR scans of the jungle, okay? So there will be a battle over Brazil. And of course, the Catholic Church is tremendously invested in that. I mean, if I would predict that if we lost the Vatican for whatever reason, and there could be a number of reasons why we lose Rome, the Catholic Church would rebase itself in Brazil. I have no doubt about it. The Catholic Church would move to Brazil. And so they have a vested interest, and there will be a hard-fought battle over Brazil, in which Catholicism is going to be a factor, shamanism is going to be a factor, positivism is going to be a factor. Brazil is very complicated, and it matters who wins there. And if Promethean forces can prevail in Brazil and organize its resources, it will be a huge victory for the human potential. So yeah, Ordem y Progreso. I'm very interested in the future of Brazil. So if you do have a line open, please ask the gentleman to reach out.
And one quick follow-up about Brazil, unless this is something that would take a whole other episode to discuss, in which case I'd be very much looking forward to that as well. But having to do with the human sacrifices in the Amazon and the cities of the Aztecs, would you say that that was something that also was a mechanism not just of control, but maybe even of energy harvesting when it comes to, giving back to the sun, which was so nice, and, being this giver without wanting anything in return, creating all of our, plants and sustenance and all that? Do you see there being something to that human sacrifice that was done that has to do with any kind of plans of gaining that energy by these more underground, hidden elites?
Very likely. And the reason I say that is because, as I argued in my book, in Thenosis, the Devas are operating a loosh harvesting system, as Robert Monroe called it. I mean, they are actually harvesting the human population for psychic energy by engineering extreme violence and emotional turmoil in various places. And so the fact that who set up the sun cult, the solar sacrificial rites in South America, which, you know, we have a very clear story about how Tezcatlipoca and his cronies came and drove away Quetzalcoatl, who's basically the Prometheus figure of, you know, Mesoamerican mythology. This Tezcatlipoca is clearly a deva, clearly, like Zeus, okay, or Indra or whatever. And, well, these are the Lush harvesters. So you think that, you know, the fact that they're cutting people's hearts out on the tops of pyramids and shit has nothing to do with energy harvesting? No, of course it does. Of course it does. So, yeah, same MO.
And the fact that they have it in these festivals, and I find it very interesting how the natives there have this approach towards gift giving where the receiver would feel very bad for having been given this very big gift, because now, you know, that person is like the sun. That person is able to give all these people in human sacrifice, as well as, you know, some fun festivities for the kids to enjoy. So when it comes to that kind of mentality, which is very different from the model of, let's say, Protestant work ethic capitalism, when it comes to that model, do you maybe see something potentially good as well? Or is it all delusion for the sake of these archonic Lush harvesters?
What's the silver lining that we're looking for here? What could be potentially good about it?
The only silver lining I would say is that when it comes to wanting to receive something,
yes,
you know, there is this potential for, you know, gimme, more. While over here was more, look how rich and wealthy I am that I can give all of these things to you. I can throw these festivals and so on and so forth. That seems to be more of the motivation, as well as even in gift giving. The gift that you would give would have some kind of a spiritual significance, as opposed to being merely an object of some kind of a utilization. So there's something a little bit magical there, but at the same time very gross as far as the poor people that end up getting sacrificed. So
yeah, now, well, let me put an even darker spin on that. You know, so much of my philosophical project, not all of it, but much of it, is organized around the archetype of Prometheus. And who's the ultimate gift giver? And this is a very complicated gift, right, that is given by Prometheus to humanity, right? I mean, the word gift in German means poison. And I don't think it's incidental, because the gift of the fire of the arts and sciences, the light of scientific knowledge and the fire of the forge by Prometheus to humanity also imposes a burden. It's a question of what you can do with the gift. What you can do. You know, in a way, you owe once you're given the gift.
Mm-hmm.
And you can misuse the gift too. And it can become an agency for destruction, right? A vehicle for devastation. So the gift, it's kind of like, I actually think the majority of humanity resents the gift of Prometheus. I think that the majority of humanity sees that as a curse.
Well, this is why
who told you we wanted fire?
Yeah.
Who told you we want? They're the guy in the Matrix who wants to be plugged back into the Matrix. He wishes, you know, that he had, you know, taken the blue pill, and he just wants to eat a steak. And you know, he's got it all set up with the Men in Black, you know, the Agent Smiths to plug him back in so he can eat his nice steak. The majority of humanity is like that. They didn't want this fucking gift of, you know, the light of science and the fire of the forge. They didn't want godlike power. What the fuck are they going to do with it now? How are they going to get off their ass to do anything proper with it other than annihilate themselves?
Well, that is a very interesting point you made. And there is this quote from Henry Ford: if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So absolutely right there. But also, as far as the rejection of the Promethean gift from Quetzalcoatl to the people, it does make me wonder as far as what exactly was going on back then with this war between this Prometheus-like figure of Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, Lord of the Smoking Mirror, because from what I read, all these accounts, it seems that there was a psyop going on among the military faction of these Nordic elites, wherein he did things, for example, like put a dead, decomposing body that people allegedly got sick and died from, which to me sounds like chemical warfare, using the dead body as just a little bit of a distraction, a reason for why people are dying. Also using vibrations like audio in order for people to jump off of cliffs. And my favorite was the using of a puppet, like a little man, a little dancing man that got everybody excited. How is this little man, this little mannequin walking around on his own, dancing? And that caused a stampede of people that really wanted to see this little puppet. And that to me sounds an awful lot like some kind of a little robot, just like a little tinker toy that these Nordics would be able to amuse themselves with and terrify the natives with. So it really seems like those people had so much to do with why Quetzalcoatl ultimately had to vacate. I don't think it was just the force of these Nordics. I think it was the masses rising up, hearing these rumors about, how, he actually fornicates with his sister and yada, yada, yada. And then look at all these bad things that have befallen upon us because of Quetzalcoatl, this dead body and so on and so forth. So they're the ones who rejected it. And what they got in return was this extremely abusive system of human sacrifice. But it does make me wonder, though, this is going to sound a little controversial, if those same people were to have actually been babysat and given all of these technological advances instead of going down the route where they rejected this Prometheus ideal, what would they do with that technology?
Nothing good. So this is a depressing conclusion of the Quetzalcoatl myth, which nobody inquires into. Why did he leave? Him and all his companions. And one of the interesting details in that story, in one version of it, is that they have houses that are built out of gold, solid gold. It's like megalithic constructions, but instead of megalithic blocks, the blocks are gold. And so they disassemble their houses and put the gold on their ships without paddles, ships that move without paddles, right? And they leave. And Quetzalcoatl's like, I'm really sorry. I'll be back someday, but I got to go. Gotta go. Why does this, not a god, titan, whatever, Promethean figure, abandon the people to Quetzalcoatl? Because they want Quetzalcoatl. And there's a point at which Prometheus says, fuck, what am I going to do with these fucking people? You see, this is very depressing. And nobody ever asks about this. Why does he leave? What, he can't fight Tezcatlipoca? No, he could have fought Tezcatlipoca. But you know what he realized? People haven't learned their lesson. They want this. They want the loosh harvesting system. They don't want progress. They don't want me to teach them, astronomy and agriculture and have to farm for themselves and build, competent structure. They don't want all this. It's a, it's a burden. It's a burden.
Yeah, it takes two to tango.
Yeah. So now when you take this myth and you apply it on a global scale in the context of the current discussion of disclosure and reverse engineering of UFO technology and zero-point energy platforms, you reach some very disturbing conclusions. Because, if I had to make an estimate at this point, I would say that it's a minuscule minority of humanity who are with Quetzalcoatl and who want that gift and will make something constructive from out of it. It's a minuscule minority. And so then the question becomes, well, is that minuscule minority expected to sacrifice itself and its future potential for the sake of masses of people who want the persistence of a loosh farming system and who worship Tezcatlipoca? Fuck that. Not on my watch.
And with that, Jason, I want to thank you so much once again. All the time that I'm spending with you, I feel like I am getting smarter by the minute. I keep getting inspired every time we talk, and I'm just very grateful for the opportunity to have you here on Break the Rules. And I'm really looking forward to you coming to New York City and us doing it live eventually, which, by the way, guys, once again, if you want to go to live BTR shows, patreon.com/breaktherules, become a patron. If you are a $20 plus patron, you're going to get to be there physically in New York City with us. I have a rooftop, really good view of Manhattan there. And then we can go somewhere to eat after the show or drink or whatever. So, guys, consider supporting the show. It'll be well worth it. We bring on some of the smartest people together from all the different realms, both the very online and the very offline, as well as for those of you guys who are on Discord. Here is the Discord link. You can go over here and check it out. And lastly, for those of you guys who are on Substack, which there are probably a few of you here who follow Jason's amazing Substack. By the way, if you guys have the chance, in the description, you can see the link to Jason's Substack. Go there first if you're not yet a member of Jason's Substack, and support Jason's work through subscribing. And then once you're done with that, go to levslens.com. That is my Substack, and read my recent article, Curtis Yarvin versus John Erbst. It was the fiery but mostly peaceful debate that I had in Washington, D.C. And just one quick thing I wanted to show for the people who have not seen the banner picture yet, but this is what I ended up making over here with myself as an Evangelion type of angel thing. Here's Curtis, here's John Erbst. This lady over here, by the way, this is the mother of General Dector, whose house is Dector House. That's where we had the interview. It's a short distance away from the White House. It's in, what's that square called? Lafayette Square. And I saw this painting of her, beautiful painting of this mother, just locked away in this small room that nobody ever visits on the second floor. It was the only space we found that we could do an interview. PragerU ended up taking the big space. Whatever, don't care about them. Anyway, I ended up turning her into an Evangelion-style Ava pilot over here in the slick jumpsuit. And I did notice, Jason, I told you this afterwards, how the color that was picked for her and the fact that she has this like blondish hair, it does create a certain kind of archetype over here. So I just thought that was interesting. Like,
although my favorite part of this whole image is absolutely Mujtaba Khamenei in his cardboard UFO.
Yes, right over here. You could see in the if I zoom in over here, there's this little UFO over here. He engaged in the game of papercraft, you could say, and he ended up creating this. And this is Dugan over here. I just turned his head into a what do you call it, for the Q-tip? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he's a Q-tip man. And Alex Jones flying in the sky as this terrified-looking flying fish. So go to levslens.com, support this as well. And guys, I just want to thank all of the audience here, all the people who have given big support to the show. I really appreciate it. It helps the show grow tremendously. And please support Jason's work. And looking forward, Jason, to the next one.
Likewise, Lev, this was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you guys so much. Make sure to smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, click the bell, go on your phone and press the hype button. You have a limited number of hypes you can do in the week. Make sure that this is the hype that you do for this video. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I will see you later. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Bye-bye.